Hey, it's Monday, September 11th, that day. But welcome back, everybody. Great to have you all here. Today, we're looking into Ruby Frank. What happened and why? What a crazy story. Mama Bear is joining us today. Let's talk about it, guys. I am excited to be here with you once again. Hope you had a great weekend. Let's get this show on the road. Hello, and welcome
Hello.
back. What's up, Mama Bear?
Not much.
How are you?
I'm good.
Good to see you today. Hope you had a good weekend.
Wasn't too bad.
Are you hiding? You in camo?
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a skull on it.
Nice. Pretty
You see it?
cool. She's a rebel, folks.
That's right.
She's wearing skulls now. Yeah. Welcome everybody. I hope you all had a great weekend this weekend. Um as we slide into fall, starting to cool off around here.
Here too. It was nice.
It's very nice, and thank the Lord. I'm just over it. My wife's ready to put up Halloween decorations. I am too. It's time to move on.
Yep.
I got what do I got? September, 2 months. I found out my birthday's on Thanksgiving this year, so I'll
Oh,
be a 49-year-old turkey this year.
you're a 49-year-old turkey every year.
Well, okay, I'll take it. So be it. We're welcome. Welcome, everybody. We got 49 people in here right now with 14 likes, guys. Please let's make this match. This is another one of these stories that it got to get out there. It's crazy. We got to get out in that algorithm with this woman. I just don't care. I don't understand what's going on with people anymore. I really don't. I really don't. This story is that this woman was a YouTuber. How about that?
Hmm.
So let's see who is joining us today. Oh, looks like Miss Carolyn Miller's in the house. Welcome back, Carolyn. Good to see you. Daisy Dad. Great to have you here. Austin Ferris, good to see you, buddy. It's been a while. Thanks for joining us today. Moonlit Baby, thank you for joining us today. Good to see you. Daisy Jones, welcome back. Great to have you here. J-Lit Lightsob. I finally figured out how to say that name over the weekend. Thanks for joining us, J-Lit. Good to see you. Noni McPoppins in the house. Always a pleasure. Why be so nosy? Welcome back. Welcome. Good to see you. Jennifer S., welcome back to you as well. Great to see you. D. Smalls in the house. Good to see you. Deborah Thompson, welcome back. Great to have you here. The Canadian Cat Lady's in the house. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us today. The 360 Life, welcome back. Great to see you. Katie Quarters, same to you. Jeanette Swainpole, thank you for joining us. Great to have you here. Great to see you. In Stitches, welcome back. Good to have you here from Ohio. What's up, neighbor? Nat Cat, welcome back. Great to see you. Mizzy D81, welcome. Good to see you. That's a new name. Love to see new names and faces here. As we are still growing, I noticed this morning, slowly, but we're still growing. It's great to see that. Excuse me, Spookbait, welcome back. Great to see you. The Karma Police in the house, guys. So make sure you're being behaved today. That's for sure. Let's see, who else do we got? Tommy Temper, welcome back. Great to see you. Thanks for joining us. Jen H, same for you. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Oh, let me see. Let me see. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. So far, so good. All right, all right. One moment here. Come on in, everybody. Get comfortable. Grab a seat.
Hey, Toodles.
Uh-oh. One second.
And hi, everybody else. Sorry.
You're
Guess I
fine.
didn't say hi to everybody, did I? But you.
Chrysanthem. Toodles. The thick infants in the house. What's going on, fat baby Toodles? What's good in the hood? Good. Good to see ya. Come on in. Grab a seat.
Take this off.
There we go. How do I sound, by the way? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, something.
Okay. All right. Chrysanthem. You changed your name. CR. There it is. I gotcha. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us today. Good to have you back. I don't know if anybody's familiar with this case. It's been quite
Oh,
interesting to read through, that's for sure. Mama Bear and I had talked about this Saturday, was it?
I think so.
Yeah, and weirdly enough, because we share a brain,
Hmm.
we are both looking at this separately, but at the same time, and decided at the same time to cover this. So, Lynn 69's in the house. Good to see you. Welcome back, Kels. Good to have you here. Lisa and Canoli's in the house. Good to see you. Good to have you here.
Stop biting me.
Uh, oh, the dog must be there.
Hmm.
Yep.
He got down now.
Oh, come to find out, we may be keeping the last kitten of the litter that we had. Her name, she's
Surprise,
been
surprise.
named, my daughter named her Coco Chanel.
Cute.
No idea why. She's the runt. She's the tiny little black. I've never seen, I'll say this much, I've never seen an all black tabby cat. She looked black, but if you kind of turn her in the light,
Mm.
she has tabby stripes
Aw,
underneath. It's so weird. I've never seen a
that's
cat
cool.
like that. Yeah, it's pretty neat. That's right, Kels. Remember 9/11. I have that little ticker running on the bottom there. Today is September 11th, folks. 23 years later. Very sad. Very sad. Never forgotten. That's a fact. Evie Marie, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Yes, Coco Chanel. I don't know where my daughter got the name from, but anyway, so she's coming in the house because nobody else wants a home, wants to home her. I'm sorry. And nobody else wants a home, right? Nobody wants to take her. We've offered multiple people, and I'm not taking her to it. I just can't. She's too cute. She's the baby. She's the runt. She's the littlest one, and she's very lovable, very loving. She's amazingly hilarious. So she'll be, and she's short hair, so that makes it easier. So she'll be coming inside and living with us now.
I knew you'd end up keeping one.
I didn't want to. Neither one of us wanted to because we have Oliver. Um, so be it.
Yep. It's just how it goes.
Yes. So now I'm gonna have to buy her a kitty motel and all those fun things. She's already half spoiled, so it is what it is.
Yeah, I bet she is.
Yeah. The rest of them, and the one that I liked, the one that I really wanted to keep, um, he was taken quickly. He was the full blown tabby. He's adorable. I showed him to you guys once, I
Mm,
think. Um,
probably.
and he was gone quick. So this one though, I think it just when things like this happen, fate wise and stuff like that, I think it means something. So we're keeping her, and she's very like all over both of us. So that means something to me too. So
Yeah.
welcome, Rock Chalk, back to SpongeBob for you. All right, babysitting again. That's awesome. Welcome, Kelly Land. Good to see you. MCause, welcome back. Great to have you here. Mr. Girl, welcome back. The lovely Miss Sherry, Wisdom Speaks in the house. Good to see you. See, let's see. We got 68 awesome peeps here. 32 likes, guys. Let's try to make that match if we can. Again, we got to get this one out in the algorithm. True crime buff. Canadian true crime buffs in the house. Good to see you. Up, up, oh, oh. I got to do it now because I fixed it. Phantasmic Ether. Yes, I got it fixed. Welcome back. Good to see you, Phantasmic. Thank you for joining us today. Jules Raymond, good to have you back. Welcome back. Good to see you. My 3 kittens got adopted out. 2 mama cat having that. Well, see, we got lucky. The mama cat is gone, Livia. The other one, Macy, she's gone. We took my son works for a roofing company and his boss owns a farm. And he wanted a couple mousers for his farm area. So there we go. And they are gone. This is Jesus Kent. I know. I love that, Jennifer. That's hilarious. Sooner Girl, welcome back. Yay, that makes your day. I can do it all the time now. I love doing it, Phantasmic. I love your name. So, let's see here. Good to see you, Sooner Girl. Rock Talk. Yes, 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 yes. Absolutely, Rock Talk. Absolutely. 22 years ago today. Yeah, it doesn't seem. I still remember. I think my kids were very, very little. Yeah, like 4 and 5 years old. We were scared to death. I went to the school and picked my kids up and brought them home.
I didn't have kids yet.
Mm, yes, I did. I think I was. Oh God, how old was I? 20. I'm not very good at quick math. I
Yeah.
was.
We were old. Just,
I'm old now. I was.
yeah.
I was early 20s. I know it scared the hell out of me. That's for sure. But I did sign up. I remember signing up. I was on the fire department, so I know. Yeah, damn, I want to remember how old I was. But anyway, I signed up to go to New York. Um, by the time they hit our area, they already had enough people, and none of us got to go from our area. But still, very sad. I remember watching the news. It was at work. Watching the news. It was before I was a full time firefighter. I was still just a volunteer, but I worked for a car dealership, and I was up on the top level of the dealership at that time. And I walked in getting coffee, and then there was like a lobby waiting room there. And I remember looking at the TV and everybody was staring like glued. A couple of people were like, "Oh my god!" And that the first plane had just hit, and I was watching it, and I watched the second plane. I was like, "What the hell is going on?" And just
Mm.
completely everything just. And then because of where I lived, the third plane, the one that crashed in Pittsburgh, flew over top of the building because it was heading for Cleveland,
Mm.
or I believe, or came out of Cleveland. One of the two, other, but it flew over the path because I'm in Ohio, over top of our building. I remember we were thinking how low it was, and then it shortly thereafter went down in Pittsburgh. It was just, or outside of Pittsburgh, I should say. Um,
No.
and I went to my boss and I said, "I'm out. Sorry, bye." I called
Mhm.
my first wife. She was at work, or no, she was going to school at this place called Raphael's to be a beauty or hairstylist or something like that.
Beautician.
Oh, yes, there you go. I called her. I said, "I'm coming to get you." I went and grabbed the kids, went home and locked ourselves in the house, and said nobody knew what the hell was going on, and watched the news for a week. It was very, very freaky, very scary, very sad.
Mhm.
I do remember it clearly, though. Changed a lot of things, though. Yeah, everything told to you in the mainstream media is a lie. You can see that now. Makes you wonder about all that, you know?
Yep.
For sure. 73 peeps in here with 46 lights. Come on, come on, come on. I thought for sure that that was like there was going to be more things happening and happening and happening.
Mhm.
You know, I was
I do
that's why I
too.
grabbed the kids and oh, it changed a lot here, I think. One thing I will say is it seemed to bring a lot of people closer together, but it didn't seem to last very long. My uncle by marriage is from New York, and two brothers in New York. Was a firefighter EMT, and the other was pretty sick. That was scary to watch too. People not knowing where anybody
Yeah.
was, seeing the people running through Manhattan and everything. It was just, it's not something we ever, I don't think any of us ever imagined we'd be seeing, you know?
Yeah.
And I think until that point, we thought that we were untouchable here, you know?
Mhm.
And that opened everybody's eyes to the point of, wow, that's, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was planning on, once we go through our case today, maybe going back at the end of the show and watching some clips and stuff, just in memory, I guess. But second plane hit. Yeah, same thing I did, Phantasmic. And I was just like, did that really just happen? It was unbelievable to see that, And I'm like, what's going on? And after seeing the first one, I was like, oh, wow, that's a horrible accident. And then here comes the other one, and
Mhm.
whoa, whoa, what?
Yeah.
That just, I still don't believe it. I don't know. I don't know. Welcome, Crystal. Good to see you. Good to have you here. Conley made the Yes, yes. I was Mama J. Good to see you. Thanks for joining us, Mrs. Krampus. You as well. I was pregnant with my first child when it happened. I remember seeing all the panic. Yeah, it was a lot of things happened like that. Everybody, we ran to the grocery store and bought a bunch of stuff. And like I said, we locked ourselves in our house because we didn't know what was going to happen and sat there basically for a week. I almost lost my job because I wasn't going to go back to work at first because I didn't know what the hell to do. I didn't know what was
Right.
going on. We didn't, I don't think anybody knew how to react to that, but kept my kids home for school for the whole week. A lot of people did that too, I guess. Freshman in high school, first couple of weeks of school, all television came on. We watched the second plane hit. 14-year-old. That's the day I realized the world doesn't revolve around. Yeah, it did make a lot of people grow up. It changed a lot of people's lives. Welcome, Zelda. Manufactured terror operation against the U.S. in the Iraq War. I've heard that as well, Spook. I have. President Trump's character, he was right there immediately. Or I worked at a place that dealt with fuel, huge holding tanks. The feds came and armed guards. They were afraid of those things. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I remember seeing military running around to certain military installations around here, protecting and guarding because we had military warheads out here, and they were, I think, worried that there was going to be an inland attack that way. So, mm, Kelly, that's a good point. So, come on in, everybody, please, if you will, grab a seat. Grab your coffee, tea, whatever it may be. Please come on in, sit down, and get. We're lucky because we get to have a conversation with Mama Bear and me today. You've had her a lot lately. I'm super excited about that. Welcome, Tammy C. Good to see you. And then, didn't you say today was the only day you have to work? Or the only, no, tomorrow.
Tomorrow is the only
Tomorrow's
day I
the
have to
only.
work this week. Yep. And then I work Sunday and Tuesday next week.
So this new person that you brought in is actually working out well then.
Yeah, but they're quitting at the end of the month, so enjoy me while you got me.
I just don't get it. I know what you're saying, Kelly. I know what you're saying. I definitely know what you're saying. So is it, she doesn't like the job, or does she have something else she has to do, or
Um, because of her personal situation, she has to find a full-time job with set hours
I
and
gotcha.
days, so
I understand completely.
yeah, I do too.
I hope Miss Heather's doing well. I haven't spoke with her yet this morning. She said she was doing okay. Um, one
Did
second.
she end up with the COVID?
Oh yeah, she's got it.
Uh,
She's got it for sure. Um, and then so she was doing. Well, she said she feels like crap for sure, but she's got what she needs. She's got vitamins, so just got to run its
Good.
course, I guess. So
Yeah.
that's about all I can say. And like I said, I don't expect her to. I was surprised she popped in the other night, but she did. Trying to see here. Second. By the way, I did get received over the weekend a few more little gifts via the Amazon wish list. I want to thank whoever did that because I can't tell. Thank you very, very, very much. That's awesome. They're gonna go towards the new setup. I got some pretty neat things. I was very impressed and very happy with that. And thank you, whoever it was, so very much. I appreciate that deeply, very much, very, very much.
This dog.
So, all right. Well, I guess we're gonna get to moving. I was trying to hang on for a few peeps, but that's all right. They'll jump in if they jump in. So let's get to moving on this. Excuse me. Again, this is the Ruby Frank case. For those of you that aren't familiar, you're gonna be, and you're not gonna be happy. I promise you that. And those of you that are familiar, you know what I'm talking about. It's not very good. Not very good. All right. Let me see. Yeah, we were both talking. We talked about it Saturday. I had the same reaction. Started reading on it, and we were both like, "What the f is wrong with this woman?" And yeah, we said some bad words. All right. Let me see. Let me see. What's up, Gemini? Good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Uh, what happened here? Did I lose something? Did I click on the right thing? Sherry K, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. Stopping by to give a thumbs up, but Cavalcante is what's happening today. Okay.
Hmm?
Sherry K said stopping by to give a thumbs up, but Cavalcante is what's happening today.
Hmm. Okay.
But he's still missing, or
Yeah.
he's still loose, right?
Yeah. They have no clue where he's at.
I don't know what
I-
you're gonna be watching, but okay,
Watching
go for
people
it.
either stand there with their guns or watching people drive around in the woods.
Yeah, I
Woo!
watched it too. There's not much there, but
Yeah.
I get it.
Mm.
All right, so I don't
I did
understand.
too at first, Canadian. Uh, and I was like, okay. I was like, people are
Yeah,
exaggerating this. And then when I looked into a little bit more, I was like, oh, okay, maybe not.
yeah, yeah. Okay. Trying to get it to load. One moment.
Hey, I couldn't find anything to watch this weekend either. It was awful. All it
We started watching. Go ahead.
was the Cavalcante stuff.
Yeah,
It was ridiculous.
that's all it is. That's all
Hmm.
that's out there right now. Okay. If he got through that perimeter, in my opinion, he's gone,
Yeah.
and nobody will see him. If that's my opinion. I'm not saying that's what happened, but if he broke down perimeter, they arrested his sister, which says she obviously helped him. What's up, high vibes? And I think he's gone, and I don't think they'll
Hmm.
see him. We started watching. We just realized that Only Murders in the Building released season 3. I don't know if you ever watched that. It's got Steve
Mm-mm.
Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez. It's actually pretty good. It's about a true crime podcasters that you know. Have you heard about Paige Brenkowski missing from 96 Ballerville? No, I have not. That's a new
I
one.
mean, I mean, if we get word that he's been caught, we can let you know.
Oh yeah, if we get something like that, I'll break through and do that. That's how that works. But of course, I would do that. Katie Quarters, good to see you. Yes, it is. It's a great show. I love it. And then after, like I said, towards the end of this, I'm gonna go in and we're gonna kind of look back on some 9/11 stuff. Yeah, if you guys haven't watched Only Murders in the Building, please check it out. I love Steve Martin. I love Martin Short. The two together, it's a great show. And I didn't realize that in August they released a third season, and I was like, oh wow. And they've had like um special like guest actors and actresses, Paul Rudd, different people like that. It's been great. I loved it. Absolutely love it. They do work very well together. Steve Martin's one of my favorites. Always has been.
Hmm.
All right. One sec.
Oh, that would have been good. Fantastic. If John Candy was still alive.
I really miss him. I really do. He was amazing. Very good. Okay, I can't seem to. I don't know. What did you send me on this? Just one
Um,
thing, or
no, it was a bunch of documents and a link. I sent
okay?
another one
I pulled
this
one up
morning.
already, and it looked different. But let me see. All right. Ah, here we go. Let's see here. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of documents. Yay! You've been on the ball with this one, haven't you?
Mm-hmm.
Busy, 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 busy.
Yeah. I got some more like kind of background information this morning on from a channel I was watching while I was at the dentist.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah. Just like
Oh, did that go okay? By the way.
yeah. I didn't even have to numb it to fill it. This is just a teeny
Oh,
tiny one.
okay.
Fill it. Done. I was like, good,
Oh,
gotta go.
good stuff.
Let me out.
Yeah. There you go. Where is that? One moment. Oh,
So while
okay.
he's looking, how put a 1 in the chat if you have no clue about this case at all. I'm just curious. That's a lot of ones.
They have no idea.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Well, you're about to.
Yep.
This is quite interesting.
Yep. So I'll do the while you're looking for that, I'll just do the background on the two people, Ruby and Jody. Jody.
Go ahead. I got something I can throw up here. I just wanted to start it at the beginning for them, and then give them the whole, and then go.
Yeah.
You know how we do it. So anyway, but go ahead. Do
Yep.
what you got to
So
do.
the case is Ruby Frank and Jody Hildebrandt that were arrested. Ruby and Kevin were married. She's 41, stay-at-home mom. He is 44 and a BYU engineering professor, at least until the spring. And I don't know if he quit, got fired. I'm not sure yet. I don't remember what they said. They had 6 kids. 2 of them are adults now. They are Mormon, and they kind of made Mormonism. Is that a word? Mormonism?
I don't
Part of
know.
their brand.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah. um, Ruby started her channel in 2015. Within a year, she was at 100,000 subs. By the second year, she was at 1 million subs. And then
Hmm.
2023, she had 2.3 million subs.
Welcome, Adelax.
Which is crazy.
Yeah, she did really good.
Yeah. What's interesting that I found is that Ruby's parents are also vloggers, and they have 199,000 subs. Let's see, she has 203. Her brother Bo, I guess, used to, but he doesn't anymore. He was kind of more like a progressive Mormonism, not quite as the strict as some of the others. Her sister Bonnie has 1.3 million subs. Julie has 221,000, and her sister Ellie has 1.6 million subs. So it's like a whole family of vloggers. You're muted.
All in the family.
Yeah. She said that she made money from ads and sponsorships. She said they were given free vacations, cars, clothes, etc. Like, wow,
Well, we don't
that's
get none of that
crazy,
stuff.
right?
Right, right. Welcome, Christina.
And
In
then
Adelaide.
on Jody, she's the founder of Connections Classroom and a life coach. She was Chad and Bo's therapist. She was a former licensed mental health counselor for sex addiction and porn. She was on the LDS Family Services referral list. Her license was on probation for ethics violation. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if I got that in the documents
Thank
or
you.
not.
Thank you,
Um,
Canadian crime buff.
she was besties and business partners with Ruby, and she was teaching classes that Ruby and Kevin attended. So it was all very close knit things. So, okay, just kind of a background. Yeah, all making money. You're right. And then the last couple times I was like, the chick is crazy. Christina. I had not heard of her or anything till this happened, and I was like, what? Right? Thanks, Lynn. What? Phantasmic? What? Bald bear. Chase. What? What? Yeah, Canadian. She said that about the 3-year-old, and then you guys will see she like wouldn't. Her 6-year-old didn't make her lunch for school that day, so she wouldn't let the school feed her. So she would learn her lesson and make sure that she took her lunch every day. Crazy.
All right, all right, all right.
Mhm.
Again, thank you, Canadian true crime buff. All right. I had to grab my coffee. Did you get through your
Yep.
opening statement, Mom?
Yep. Just a
All
general
right.
background.
And it's pretty wild, guys, that a lot of people, I guess I found out that my oldest daughter watched her, a couple other people I know watched her as a YouTuber, so on and so forth, and said that they did notice some things that seemed a little off, as you
Mm.
guys will see here coming up. Life, love, and true crime. Great to see you. Great to have you here.
Aw, hi, hon.
Let me see. Did I miss anybody else? All right, I'm gonna play this here. This is kind of how this got started, folks. What this case started off, how everything was kind of found out per se. Thank you so much, Canadian, for that. If you will, guys, check out Mama Bear's channel, True Crime. I'm sorry, Crime Time with Mama Bear. There's the link for it.
Thank you.
Awesome stuffs. So yeah, this here, what I'm about to show you is kind of how this whole thing got kicked off. As sad as it is, and then we'll lead forward right on into it. Um, Thanks for opening that up, Mama Bear. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And let me know how the audio is, guys. All right, here we go.
And he's said he just came from.
Good.
I hate how it jumps forward.
I just had
Yeah.
a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help, and he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his legs. He's hungry and he's thirsty.
Tonight, the haunting 911 call from the neighbor who found the son of Ruby Franke after he allegedly escaped from being tied up in a basement.
Fox 13 News reporter Lucy Nelson breaks down that phone call and tells us what came out of the YouTube mom's first court appearance today.
Lucy joins us now live in studio. And Lucy, for those just catching up on this story, describe who we're talking about here and who was in court.
Kelly, Ruby Franke is a Utah mother of 6 behind a well-known parenting YouTube channel called 8 Passengers. She and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, also ran a so-called counseling site called Connections. Now, last week, both were arrested and charged on several counts of aggravated child abuse after evidence surfaced suggesting they kept 2 of Franke's children tied up and starving in Hildebrandt's basement.
Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help.
This is the 911 call from a man in Ivins, Utah. A 12-year-old boy showing up on his doorstep in an unimaginable condition, asking him to call police.
And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house.
That neighbor's house belongs to Jody Hildebrandt, where she and well-known YouTube mom Ruby Franke broadcasted their controversial parenting advice and counseling site.
Yes, Gemini. This is what was the date, Mama Bear? It's not that far long ago. It just happened not too long ago. I'll give you the date here in a few. Welcome, William. Good to see you.
It called Connections. It was in that same home where police say Franke's son escaped from the basement and ran to a neighbor's house for help.
He has duct tape around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around him. I think there's a good chance he's been. Oh, and he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been. This kid has obviously been. I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
The dispatcher is heard saying they'll send an ambulance. And in the background, the boy tells the neighbor that he doesn't need help and that nothing bad was happening to him at Hildebrandt's home.
He says what's happened to him is his fault.
The boy was immediately transferred to the hospital, and later police officers would find his little sister in the basement of Hildebrandt's home in a similar condition.
Afternoon, Mr. Winward. How are you?
Franke and Hildebrandt had their first court appearance Friday in Washington County.
My case is assigned to Judge Barnes. I would make an oral motion today to transfer this case to Judge Walton so that co-defendants track each other.
The judge granted a switch of Franke's judge to be the same as Hildebrandt's. The two will continue to be held without bond. Hildebrandt's attorney also filed a motion to the court asking for an expedited detention hearing, citing the defendant has experienced a life-threatening medical issue resulting in her hospitalization for several days.
I don't want to hear that. That's bullshit. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with her. Nothing at all. This is her way to try to get out of this. When I first heard the 911 call, I broke down listening to that man break down because I know what he was feeling and what he was looking at and what he was dealing with. I mean, you can't. These kids are beautiful. Her children are beautiful. They really are. Her oldest daughter, Sherry, is estranged from her. Won't have nothing to do with her. When she was arrested, her daughter made a comment stating, "Finally, it's about time." You know, things like this. Like, so this has been going on, you guys. The weirdest part for me to figure out was why were they at her business partner's home, locked in her basement? You know, and we had to look through some stuff. No, Sherry, you're absolutely right. Men don't cry over nothing. To see a child in that state, knowing what that child, he was emaciated, hadn't eaten, drinking anything. He was begging for something to drink. He had wounds all over him. His ankles were duct taped together. His hands were duct taped together. He got out of that, crawled through a damn window, and ran to the neighbor's house and said, "Please, please, please, can I have something to drink and call the police?" What? This is a 12-year-old little boy. This woman here, and she's off doing whatever the hell she was doing, enjoying her life. eating and drinking freely, doing this, doing that, as her children are living this life. And I still have questions about the father not knowing him. He claims, we'll get
Yeah.
to that. We're gonna get to that. He claims he had no idea. I'm sorry, but I call bullshit on that point too, because he was there for a while. Okay, and this seems to be something that has gone on. And I have an interview with her niece or her cousin. I can't remember what it was. They have the voice blocked out, changed the voice up, this and that, and it's a regular. It's a regular thing in their family, their whole family. This is discipline. You don't take food away from a child as discipline. I'm sorry, you don't. You just don't. So that's kind of how this opened up, folks. That's how it got started. And thank God, I mean, that this little boy did this, because none of this would have came out. I don't. At some point, who knows? You know, these kids could have starved till they were deceased,
Right.
and then they would have said, "Oh, whoops, that's not what we wanted to happen." Well,
Yep. Well, that's
anyway.
what Kelly said. She said, or I don't know if it was Kelly. Somebody said that if he hadn't got out and reported it, it's hard telling what would have happened. Could have
Right,
been
right.
worse.
The father was there when they took away the. Yeah, yeah. There's some stuff, guys. This, like I said, I question the father, and I think that at some point, whether he was there at the end or not, he knows. He knew, and I think he should be charged as well. I really do. Okay, so all right, we got this one here. Mama Bear sent over. This is the one I think that confuses me. 8 passengers shared daughter bra shopping with the world so inappropriate. The world of Mormon influencers recently. Okay, here we
That
go.
was the another YouTube site that
that's
has a playlist of things that. Wow.
Okay, we'll start off and show you guys this one here. The world of 8 passenger, which is the YouTube channel, again, for those of you that aren't familiar, that was started with this group, 8 passenger, meaning the mother, father, and the 6 children living in a home. She videoed their life, put it on YouTube, and we see the first thing we see here is praying hands. There's no religion in that family, in my opinion. I'm sorry, because if God was in your life, you wouldn't do these things that you just did. That's my opinion. I'm not going religious. I'm just saying it's a deep opinion. So, okay, this was brought. Jordan and McKay. Gotcha.
There you go.
How's it going, everybody? It is your favorite apostates. I, of course, am McKay.
And I am Jordan.
And it's going to be a little late this week, and we apologize about that. But it's been a crazy weekend. A lot has been going on. Last week, Jordan's laughing.
Otherwise, I would cry.
Yeah. Anyway, last week, we had our Mormon Stories interview premiere, and a lot of you turned out and showed some love to us and the Mormon Stories community. So we thank you. You are all amazing. And
if you want to listen to us bare our souls and share way too much information on the internet, go watch them.
I put it in a playlist right here. That way you can see and listen to the madness that was going on in our lives. Anyway, with
Amen
that also came
Carolyn.
a huge outpouring of support. I had mentioned on this channel and on that interview that we wanted to upgrade Mike's situation. And a bunch of you turned out and are showing support and making that happen. So I have enough funds that I can justify it. We've gotten enough patrons that I know we can pay it out. And I thank every single one of you. I think this week I will get things ordered. And then probably the week after next,
I'm going to try to get to this
we'll
quick
have
so that
a
you
new
guys...
audio setup. So I am super excited about that. And I'm super thankful that everybody turned out and wanted to help us out in that aspect.
To find it.
You're helping.
Was instituted by God and is central to his plan for his children and for the well-being of society.
Okay.
Depends on what you think allowed means. So, Do I allow Chad to date before he's 16? If by that you mean, am I going to stand in the doorway and forbid him to leave the door if he's going out on a date? No. If that's what the word allowed means, then yes, he's allowed.
So Ruby's response to this is kind of a little more nuanced, and she kind of talked. He is serious, Nelson said. And if we allow nicknames to be used and adopt or even sponsor those nicknames ourselves, he
years and years ago were members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
I think she's very tangential.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. And the fact that she said it was a
for the women's section. If you can find a size 14 or 16 in the girls section, you will find that they are designed for a 7-year-old.
I don't even know what this is.
So you have the hearts, the flippy sequins, the loud words and bold prints that are designed for a girl much younger.
Yay. I get it. I'm a disco ball.
And not to mention...
okay, I've got a lot of... I'm going to keep my mouth shut on this one.
The girls were funny in this one. I will standards of dress. Do not use a special occasion as an excuse to be immodest. I think that kind of hits on the young men and young women should be neat and clean and avoid being extreme or inappropriately casual.
Between when I'm 19 and 20. Russell thinks when I'm 21. I personally think it'll be around.
Now, this is Sherry, the oldest estranged daughter from the family, before any of this went down.
Around 20.
I think like 21. So I'll be like not even 16.
That's so weird. Okay, I think everyone kind of agrees around like 20 or 21-ish. So we'll have to see.
I don't even dating.
Maybe you'll get engaged when you're 20. But get engaged when I'm 20. I want to get married in the summer though.
So something notable, Jordan was about to turn 21 when we got married.
Eat all of our food fresh for the most part. The reason we're freeze drying food is for food storage, purely for food storage. So if there's ever
food that you don't feed your children,
run again on the stores, and if there's ever an emergency or an earthquake or something crazy like that, I would not have to be one of those moms at the grocery store coming home with an empty cart.
or you could just feed your kids.
I would have plenty of food already on my shelves at home.
Well, first off, you don't take the cart home, so I hope you don't come home with any cart ever.
Oh my God.
Sleeping on the floor in the family room, and he just got the bedroom back. He hasn't had a flip phone, a smartphone, any kind of phone, and it's been over a year.
Did you hear what she said? He just got his bedroom back. As punishment, she took his bedroom away from him. Who? What?
His whole
What?
bedroom.
The entire bedroom. Your room. He got a bed, a mattress, or I don't even know if he had a mattress.
No, it
but
was
anyway.
a beanbag.
Yeah, it was a
It's a
beanbag
beanbag
in
chair.
the family room. That's where he slept. What is wrong with this woman's mind? First off,
7 months.
yes, 7 months. This kid had no privacy. He had that can't be comfortable. That's bad for his body. It's not healthy to sleep that way. First of all, if he slept, I've never heard of anything like this in my life.
Because it was in the family room or living room or something.
She just said, I think the family room. These are just little excerpts of pieces of things where I'm showing you that she's saying. We're getting ready to get into the deep stuff, folks. It's pretty ignorant. And what does this woman do when she's accused of everything that she's done, and when she's called out on everything she's done? She turns around and puts it on her children and said that this child did something to one of the younger siblings or more. What?
Yes, sir. She did.
This is what this mother did to her children. This is a piece of garbage, folks. I'm sorry. She doesn't deserve to be called a human being. You don't treat your children like that. Again, you guys know how I feel about this kind of stuff. It's disgusting. This woman, whatever she is, she's not a mother. She's you just don't. I can't. I like I said, Mama Bear and I were in 2 different homes, 2 different places watching this around the same time, and both had the same words coming out of our mouth.
2
Not
different
lying.
states.
Same words coming out of our mouth. Bad
Yep.
stuff. Bad stuff. Because when
Yep.
we got on the phone, I said, yeah, it was just so yeah. This is disgusting. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he said, "Yep, I'm getting ready to do it on Tuesday." I said, "No, you ain't." Like,
we're doing
"Tuesday? I can't be
we
there
were
Tuesday."
yeah, we were gonna do the re-update on Sarah Boone because it had been requested. This is a little more important than Sarah Boone. So tomorrow we're gonna be covering the Sarah Boone stuff. Just so you guys know, because there's some new stuff with her. She's lost her, just real quick. Her 6th attorney
Oh,
is gone now. So,
yeah.
but anyway. So yeah, there's this. And I don't know how much more is in here with her. Yeah, okay, we can pull that one down and we'll move on to the next one. But
Yeah.
anyway, these are just little bits and pieces. I want you to see what
I thought his prank was funny too, but I mean, I can
Hmm?
kinda understand where the mom was a little upset, could be upset, but not to the degree that she took his room away for 7 months. The prank he pulled on
Mhm.
his little brother, I mean, it was kinda
Oh,
funny.
yeah. Okay, it was a prank though, and here's the thing:
Yeah.
there's extreme punishment, even if it did need punished. Okay. Um. Oh, damn, Kelly. I'm sorry to hear that. That's
What? Wow. Yeah, I'd be divorced too.
wow. I'm so sorry, hon. So
Yeah.
sorry. It happens, but it shouldn't happen to anybody. I'm sorry about that. I really am.
Mhm.
Wow. Very sorry. Well, God bless you. And seems to be that you're doing good now. So,
Yep.
and that's what matters. Okay, let's move on out of this next. Where is it? Yoik. Yoik. Oh, here we go. Okay. Now, why is this thing loading so slow today? I didn't do nothing to you.
Mhm.
Stop doing this to me. Here we go.
Where's all our mods today? I
I
mean
have no idea.
I'm
Sherry's here.
grateful for Canadian and Sherry and
Heather's sick.
Zelda.
And
Oh,
Canadian. Yeah.
Molly's
Welcome,
back was
Rumsey.
hurting.
I don't know where Brandy is. Okay, here we go.
Why is it I said Molly in my Discord does something?
Hmm?
I said I find it funny that I said the name Molly and then I get a Discord beep.
Oh, was it Molly?
I actually know. It's my daughter.
She at school?
And she homeschools now.
Oh, that's right. Sorry. I
Okay.
forget. I forgot.
I know. I know.
I forgot. Caden tried to stay home today because he's sick again.
Oh gosh.
He's got a cold. And he woke up.
Mhm.
I don't feel good. I don't want to go. Brandy's on vacation. She's like, yeah, bye. Nice try. Nice try. Not gonna happen. Try though. Okay.
John Smith Melissa Fenty I said emoji 4 thumbs up.
All right. So here we go. Let me show you the whole thing on this now. Sorry, folks. I had to look through. I have a bunch of stuff. We both do, actually. Okay. So this was put out via the Law and Crime Network, by the way.
9th and 10th grade, my parents found out I was smoking weed and drinking and sneaking out. Ruby probably would have.
Oh, so you're being a teenager.
Right.
We've all done things like that. These kids are doing nothing and losing like
Yeah.
food. You don't take food
Yeah.
away from a child. I'm sorry.
No.
All right, here we go. There's a little clip here.
What you guys didn't know was Chad didn't get any room. He didn't get anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room.
Resurfaced videos from disgraced YouTuber Ruby Franke are now making the rounds, showing what critics call a pattern of abuse that stretches over multiple.
Okay, this is the little boy. He's 12 now, or at the point, yeah, that got away and went and got to the neighbor that got all this kicked off. This is the one that she took the bedroom away from that obviously was sleeping on the floor in the family room for 7 months.
Yep.
But anyway, this is the guy that saved the day right here. He's the hero. Welcome, Michael. Good to see you. Rumsey, thanks for joining us today.
Years.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October.
Videos Franke herself posted describe her controversial parenting style, like forcing her teeth.
That's a great comment right there. And I agree with you 100%. I don't agree with weaponizing religion the way this family has. Bingo. That's 100% what it is. In that sense, as far as that situation there. Thank you, says S. Smith, and welcome to you. I thought I just saw somebody else. All things silver, welcome. Good to see you. Kim Marin, welcome, dear. Good to have you. Doodlebug Fort in the house. Good to see you. Welcome, guys. Everybody that's here. Thanks for joining us.
Teenage son to sleep on a beanbag for months, or refusing to drop her then 6-year-old daughter's lunch off at school. These videos posted years before she was arrested and charged with aggravated child abuse.
And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
Franke and her business partner, Jody Hildebrand.
Hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
What? That's what I'm saying. Like, this is her teaching her child a lesson. This is a lesson to not feed. Okay, hopefully nobody gives her food. Nobody, the school doesn't give her. They don't want anybody to give her any food. This is so sick to me.
Both Franke and her business partner, Jody Hildebrand, were arrested on August 30th after Franke's 12-year-old son broke free out of duct tape from Hildebrandt's home and rushed to a neighbor for help.
911, the address of your emergency. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help.
It happened in the small community of Ivins, Utah, about 4 hours south of Salt Lake City. Franke and Hildebrand's self-help parenting and brands spread farther than just the state of Utah, though, as the pair created parenting advice videos for viewers across the country.
Our whole life's goal is to make our kids happy. And most of the time we're trying to make our kids happy. What we're actually doing is being in distortion and inviting them into a controlling dynamic.
Franke was also behind the now defunct 8 Passengers YouTube channel that once had more than 2 million subscribers. It's now been deactivated.
Eve has been amazingly well behaved for being in town.
But you
like...
yelled at me.
Shh. The fact that I yell at my kids is a secret. We don't want our viewers to know.
When first responders arrived to the scene near Hildebrandt's home last week, they found Franke's 12-year-old son emaciated with duct tape around his wrists and ankles.
This kid has obviously been, I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds. We need the cops here as soon as possible.
While investigating a nearby home, officials found additional children in the same condition. 4 children were taken to the Department of Child and Family Services, and both Frankie and Hildebrandt were taken into custody, eventually charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse.
Hey, 314, the wounds on his leg are pretty.
Sorry, I'm muted. I would love to know what's going on with Higher Ground. I haven't seen her in a long time. I miss her.
Yeah, I've thought about her
Margaret
a lot
Hofer
too.
was. I have no other way to get in touch with her. Margaret Hofer. She was in here not too long ago. If you talk to him, Rumsey, please let him know that we're thinking about him, because we missed a lot of them. Jim Tom, good to see you. Thanks for joining us today.
Hi.
So yeah, for sure. Thank you, Mama Bear. Absolutely. But yeah, if you do, seriously, let them know that we're thinking about him and we missed him so much.
Pretty good. OX511, 314, medical's gonna transport him. Said that his wounds are in need of immediate care.
But this isn't the first time Ruby Frankie's name has made headlines, specifically around alleged child abuse. In 2020, the mother of 6 posted a video to her YouTube page titled, "What We Haven't Told You." In the video, she explained her teenage son, Chad, had been sleeping on a beanbag for months.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag.
I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October. And they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
During the video, Frankie had her son explain why the privilege of a bedroom was taken away.
I'll give you the reason why I lost my bedroom. I think so. I think this is the reason. At least this is the reason that's been in my head. It's pretty funny, but now that I look back, I mean, it's pretty depressing.
No, we never told our viewers.
That I woke Russell up at 2 in the morning and told him that we're going to Disneyland and he has to pack. And he got up and made his bed all neatly and then packed all his clothes in a suitcase. And then he walked out the door and I'm like, Russell, he was like, what? And he's all happy. Has his sunglasses on.
Chad goes on to explain he told his brother it was a joke before pulling another prank on him.
I was like, we're not going to Disneyland. And he started crying and hitting me. And then he went back to bed in tears. And then
So that was not the reason you lost your room. That was
the other reason is because I pointed a BB gun at his face.
Pointed a BB gun at his face and hung him on the basketball.
Frankie then stepped in, explaining why she felt.
Okay, now the BB gun to the face thing, no, it's not cool, but I'm sure he wasn't going to shoot his brother in the face with a BB gun, okay? All these other things are typical sibling rivalry, sibling prankster type things that go on with kids. They have 6 kids in one house, guys. I had 7. I know how this stuff happens, okay? My kids were worse than this, okay? They did insane things to each other, but they also had each other's backs at the same time, okay? You don't starve your children because of things like this. You don't take their privacy, their bedroom. This kid is a teenage boy. He needs privacy at this point in his life. You cannot just throw him out there like that, okay? This is what I'm saying. And if you look at her faces as the kids are laughing at these things, watch her mannerisms, folks. You can tell she's not a lighthearted person. There's something dark inside this woman. I'm sorry.
Her decision to take away her son's bedroom was justified.
Chad showed that he was not able to manage himself sharing a bedroom with Russell.
So when we moved, the bigger room in the basement was automatically his, and I didn't have a room, but we put one on hold for me.
So a lot of you are like, hey, that's not fair because Chad got the lesser bedroom and Russell got the bigger bedroom. Russell got the big bedroom and Chad got the smaller bedroom. And Russell's bigger bedroom also had a bathroom. But what you guys didn't know was Chad didn't get any room. He didn't get anything. He was sleeping on the floor in the family room. And he just got the bedroom back. And it's because he's shown up consistently without bullying the kids.
Throughout this same video, Frankie boasts that many of her children have been without their cell phones for months.
Chad hasn't had a flip phone, a smartphone, any kind of phone, and it's been over a year. And I still have no intention of returning a phone. Abby, we took the phone away from Abby in November. And you may never get the phone back.
Probably not.
Frankie then tells viewers this choice affects her just as much as it affects her children.
When you make these choices with your family to take things away, as a parent, you really do want them to have these things. And it's been so difficult to take a phone away, to take a bedroom away.
Okay. Here's the thing, folks. Let's say that she chose to make this punishment, taking his bedroom away, because he's sharing it with his little brother, and what he did to his little brother wasn't cool in her mind. Okay.
Okay.
7 months.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. A week.
Yeah.
A week. Okay. 2 weeks max, in my opinion. Not 7 damn months. Come on.
Exactly.
And for her to say this hurts her just as bad. She's full of shit. I'm sorry.
Well, she's probably got California king size bed with all kinds of stuff. So no, it doesn't hurt her at all.
Take her phone from her and watch what she does.
Mm-hmm.
No. Don't feed her, because I know she eats good.
Yeah, wait till she's got to sleep on that 1-inch mattress in prison on springs, poking her in the back.
Karma's a bitch. Karma
Yep.
is a bitch. If you watch these kids, you're right, Sherry Ann. Welcome, by the way, dear. Watch these kids' eyes and their facial, like when these kids. I feel so bad for these kids, and it's going to take a long time and a whole hell of a lot of counseling to get these kids out of what she's put them in.
Yes.
These aren't lessons. 7 months to sleep on the floor. This child is no, 2 weeks max. And I still don't think that that's a right type of punishment for that situation. I'm sorry, I don't.
I don't either.
It truthfully, the BB gun thing, okay, that's like I said, I don't agree with that. The rest of the stuff is sibling rivalry type stuff that they do. Boys, especially. I had 5 boys, folks. I know. You deal with it. You do something. You give a few minutes here, that, this, whatever else. It doesn't deserve this kind of shit. Crazy.
Yep.
To take iPads away, to take access away. Like, it hurts me just as much as it hurts my kids.
Throughout the video, though, multiple of the children describe being lonely without any friends.
And now I have no friends.
You can play with friends.
No, like I don't have friends.
I don't have friends either.
I literally told my friends I'm not hanging out with them anymore.
Because
they say some pretty messed up stuff.
I've noticed that you've been hiding from me, and you are feeling a lot of embarrassment and shame. I don't know. You tell me what you're feeling. Mad?
Because I really won't get anything this summer. I won't be able to go anywhere. I don't have any friends.
The video ends as Frankie kisses her son, who's visibly upset.
And I love you with all my heart.
In a separate video, Frankie claims her then 6-year-old daughter Eve forgot to.
What'd you say, hon?
I said he's already got the start of dark circles under his eyes from malnutrition, lack of sleep, whatever.
Yep, exactly. This child, you can look at his eyes and see how deep they go, how sad this kid is. They don't have friends. They don't have these aren't normal kids. They don't live a normal life. Okay, no. It's disgusting to me. I'm sorry.
To bring her lunch to school.
I just got a text message from Eve's teacher.
I'll be right back.
And she said that Eve did not pack a lunch today, and can I bring a lunch over to the school? This happens quite often when you're raising children.
She then tells viewers her daughter's teacher was uncomfortable that Eve may have no lunch that day.
I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch. And it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch.
Instead of bringing Eve's lunch to school, Frankie says she hopes her daughter goes hungry.
So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
On other occasions, Frankie posted videos about withholding food as well.
And my kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
After these videos were posted, a change.org petition was created by viewers hoping to send child protective services to the Frankie family home. Nearly 18,000 people signed the petition, but the case was closed, citing insufficient evidence. After that, both Frankie and her husband, Kevin, spoke to Insider about this incident. Frankie told reporters, quote, "It was just so malicious. They knew what they were doing was out of context. They were purely seeking to throw hate. That was their only objective." She addressed similar criticism in one of her videos.
Online who hate me, who would like to cancel me, who would like to see me either burn in hell, as I have told, or disappear off the face of the earth. And I'm not going anywhere.
Both Frankie and Hildebrandt now face 6 charges of aggravated child abuse. If convicted, they could face upwards of 15 years in prison and a $10,000 fine per each of those charges. Reporting for Long Crime Network, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
You're muted.
I know. I hope they get every minute they deserve. I really do. This is so disgusting to me.
I'd like to be a fly on the wall and see how she's handling prison life
Oh my God.
or
Yeah,
jail
no
life. She's
manicures.
probably in county
No,
jail, but
no hair, appointments,
yeah.
no. And I'm glad they were held without bond. I'm glad. No, their
Yes.
channels were taken down.
Yeah.
Completely taken down. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Where's the CPS report from the school? The school should have said, no. They probably fed that child that day anyway.
Right.
If I know most schools would have, I'd have
Oh,
hung
yeah.
up the phone and said, "Piss on you, lady," and that would have been the end of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, there was somebody I saw at Flyby. I think it was Christina Laska said that she was a teacher, and she was like, I would have fed her.
Yeah. Any normal human being would have fed that child. Period.
Right? She's 6. She shouldn't be responsible for that. I mean, bravo to her for knowing how to do it, but she shouldn't be responsible to do that
And
every day.
they base this on the Mormon religion philosophy, folks, and it's not like that. It's I mean, I looked into some of that over the weekend. I was reading about some of it. There are some things that are somewhat like that, but not to the extreme that this woman did these things, okay? And there was quite a few um Mormon believers that live this lifestyle that are not supporting this whatsoever. They're running the other direction from this, to be honest with you. So, again, this is pure insanity, and this woman does not seem to think she did anything wrong. That's the bad part. Okay, that is the bad part. I wanted to. I've made these comments about other situations, and Mama Bear will know exactly what I'm getting ready to say. I wanted to get in my vehicle and drive to where this woman was and just shake the hell out of her in so many different ways. Welcome, Patriot. Good to see you, hon. Oh, no. We got plenty of time to go, dear. Plenty of time to go. Mom of 2, good to see you. Thanks for joining us. She is bragging about it, but he hates her. These are teaching opportunities, not punishing. No, you're not teaching your child something by taking their room away from them for 7 months. You're not teaching a child anything by taking food away from them other than the fact that it makes them sick and that they're starving to death and they're losing weight. You don't want your child to be. I don't understand this. I just don't get the basis of the theory behind this. It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't. I can understand taking a snack away from a child, like ice cream or something, or candy.
Right.
You don't take a meal away from a child. They need
Right.
to eat multiple times a day, folks. Not, it's insane. Thank you, Miss Sherry. Again, guys, this channel is 100% crowdfunded, and I want to thank anybody that has donated to support this channel. That's what keeps the bills paid and keeps us coming to you 5 to 6 days a week, twice a day sometimes. There's links for PayPal, Venmo, and the Cash App, and it is so very much appreciated. Thank you. I never watched it either. I've talked to some people that did watch it. Like I said, my oldest daughter, she watched it here and there, so on and so forth, and said then that some of the things that she did, they didn't agree with. They didn't think it was to this extreme because you don't see that stuff, obviously. But this is crazy. This is crazy. These are 6 disturbing revelations from the YouTube channel, based off of the arrest affidavit that was put out again by Law and Crime here, guys. Interesting. Some of this stuff you've seen thus far, but there's more.
You guys help me out. What's a mugshot?
Newly released documents shed more light on the allegations of child abuse centered around YouTube mom Ruby Franke. Former FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon breaks it all down. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Let's delve back into the Ruby Franke case out of Utah. Just this absolutely disturbing story of a 41-year-old wife and mother of 6 who has now been charged with child abuse. In fact, she has been officially charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse. Now, that name, Ruby Franke, may sound familiar because Franke was a popular YouTuber. Yeah, she and her husband, they launched this YouTube channel called 8 Passengers back in 2015. It was all about the couple and their children and their lives. Very popular. I believe it had over 2 million subscribers. It focused on parenting and homeschooling. And it was interesting because Franke and her husband are members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And she also appeared on videos with her business partner, Jody Hildebrand, who founded a life counseling organization known as Connections, previously known as Moms of Truth. Here's a snippet.
Welcome back to Connections. I'm Ruby Franke.
I'm Jody Hildebrand.
And today is part 3 of a series that we are doing all about empowering you as parents. You are not going to get this kind of empowerment. You're not going to give this kind of permission anywhere else. And so today we are going to be talking about where we left off, which is, am I a controlling parent? Am I a hovering helicopter parent? Am I a Karen? Those are terms that have been put out there by people who are fearful of control.
If you have a perception, my son comes home and says, so-and-so was bullying me, and I am a parent that I don't know about principles of truth, I may go to, well, I'm going to protect them, and I'm going to go over and where's that kid that hit you? And I'm going to go hit him. Seen parents do that. Or I'm going to go to the school and demand that my child is no longer in the same class, no longer in the same school with this particular person. And, depending on what the kid did, that might be absolutely reasonable.
And Jody Hildebrand has also been arrested and charged with these same crimes. Well, now newly released documents provide more context of what happened here. And I want to go through what we think are 6.
We have documents that we're going to look at too. Welcome, Brandy. Good to see you here.
Brandy.
Thanks for joining us.
Details, 6 really disturbing details from these documents. So let me bring in a very special guest right now to talk a little bit more about this. I'm joined by former FBI agent and attorney Bobby Chacon. Bobby, thank you so much for taking the time and coming back here on Sidebar. We always appreciate it.
Great to be here, Jesse. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, let's start with number 1, the affidavit of probable cause. So we're going to start with, this is the first one, RF, who is this 12-year-old boy. This is what it says. He climbed out of the window of an Ivins residence. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Ivins residence belonging to Jody Hildebrand and ran to a neighbor's home. RF knocked on the door requesting food and water. The neighbor observed duct tape on RF's ankles and wrists and contacted law enforcement. Upon arrival, law enforcement observed the wounds and the malnourishment of RF to be severe, and he was transported to the St. George Regional Hospital. RF was placed on a medical hold due to his deep lacerations from being tied up with rope and from his malnourishment. Now, Bobby, we knew some of those details or had an idea of those details
Welcome,
before this came
Cappuccino.
out. This, I think, crystallized it even more. What's your take on it?
Yeah, it sounds like a firsthand account of the responding officers when they got to the neighbor's house who called the police and they see this child. They start questioning the child. The neighbor clearly saw the duct tape and clearly knew there was a problem. And kudos to the neighbor for calling the police. Sometimes neighbors can be reluctant to do that. They might try to return the child to the home. And thank goodness in this case, the neighbors saw enough of what looked like disturbing evidence on the child of abuse that they called the police. The police saw the abuse and took action. Thankfully, in this case, because it could have ended up a lot worse.
All right, we want to thank Morgan & Morgan, the largest injury law firm in America, for sponsoring this video. Now, I know what you're thinking, right? Have you been injured in a car accident? Well, we're here to fight for you. That's not fair. Okay. They have completely modernized the personal injury claim process by allowing you to submit your claim, upload documents, and talk with your whole legal team. Yes, team, all on your phone. That's it. Super easy. Oh, and you only pay them if you win. There's no upfront fee. So it's not a surprise that over 3 million people call them every year, right? If you're injured, you can check out Morgan & Morgan and submit a claim in 8 clicks or less at www.forthepeople.com/law and crime or by dialing #law. That's #529 on your phone. Now, there's another victim here, okay? EF, 10-year-old girl believed to be the daughter of Ruby Franke. She was found at Jody Hildebrandt's residence after RF, her brother, made contact with the police. EF was found to be malnourished, initially refused medical treatment, but after approximately 4 hours, EF agreed that Jody Hildebrandt was found to be in the direct care of her. And she was determined to be malnourished. She was taken to the St. George Regional Hospital. So you have another child who was kept in similar condition. What does that tell you that we have now multiple victims?
Well, it's a pattern of behavior that I would anticipate if there are more children in that household, there are more abuse. I think each child is being abused. I mean, we do sometimes see one child out of a number of children being abused specifically, but in this case, much like the Turpin case that happened actually out here in California, not far from where I live, you have multiple children all being abused in similar fashion. And what tells me, when you say that the 4 hours that it took the cops to convince this kid, to kind of be honest and say who's taking care of you, the parents have a hold over these kids. They have that kind of, influence over the kid, and he didn't want to admit it. And so that makes these cases even tougher. Thankfully, for the 12-year-old you mentioned earlier, the first victim that actually escaped the house and went and ran to a neighbor's. So how long has this been going on? And it's a pattern of abuse. If there are more children in that house, I would expect to find similar abuse on those children as well.
It's disturbing to hear that this young boy got out, snuck through the window, was begging for food and water, and the restraints that were used. That I find concerning as well, the level of restraint. And I'm not sure what that tells us in terms of how long they might have been tied up, where they were tied up, why they were restrained. But you're kind of getting a picture that we didn't quite get before, right?
Well, absolutely. Even in the two cases you just mentioned, you have a 10-year-old who was compliant with the parents, who it took 4 hours for the police to convince to be honest with them. But you have the 12-year-old who actually, broke free from his restraints and climbed out a window. So I think that as the children get older, and we saw this in the Turpin case, as the children get older, they start realizing this isn't normal and I need to get out of here and get help. But when they're younger, they don't see that because this is the only life they've known. So this is normal for them. This is not abnormal. As the children get older, that realization kind of comes more into focus, and then they take action. In this case, the 10-year-old didn't take action, the 12-year-old did. So it may have been an aging process that said to the 12-year-old, this is not normal, I need to get out of here.
And we're going to get to more points in a minute, but I just want to focus on something with this. How reliable are the children as narrators of what happened or potential witnesses in a criminal trial against their mother?
Well, that's a good point. And I think there are very good specialists out there now that help prosecutors and help investigators. Look, if I had a case like this, I would not be interviewing these children myself. I would be bringing in experts that are expert in interviewing children and getting to the truth with children, because, children are brainwashed in effect by their parents in a household like this. And so I think that they're not reliable initially. And as you saw in this case, it took 4 hours for the police to get the child to even admit that Jody was his caretaker. So I think that they can be reliable, but it's a process. It's a process that's understandable, that should be turned over to experts that
Thank
are
you, high vibes.
interviewing children and stuff. So I think they can get there, but initially you're going to be dealing with a lot of psychological trauma on these children, and that affects their memory, it affects their recall, it affects their initial testimony.
Let's go to the third point, because in both of these examples,
it is very
both of these
important
children,
to hear
both of these
about.
narratives, the officer added that Ruby Franke was seen on a YouTube video filmed in
Thank you
Jody
again,
Hildebrandt's
High Vibe.
downstairs, which was posted 2 days before this happened. And this is why investigators believe that Franke was in the home and had knowledge of the abuse, the malnourishment, and the neglect of both children. So when we talk about what could be a potential defense for Ruby Franke, and maybe Ruby Franke throwing the blame on Jody Hildebrandt, that aspect I think is really important.
Yeah, this takes it away from being like a kidnapping where Jody kidnapped these children and started abusing them into a kind of a conspiracy to do this. I mean, these women seem to be in this together. They did have their own social media business together. I think that Ruby Franke it's reported that she threw her husband out of the house last year. So she separated from the father of these children, and apparently it looks like may have moved in with her business partner because the children were clearly being held captive at that house, at Hildebrandt's house, where, who knows, Franke was probably possibly a resident.
I am curious of what a defense could be, because in these kind of cases, it's almost open and shut. You're not dealing with an adult victim who can make decisions on their own, or consent to things, or walk around or text. You have a victim who is in the care and custody of adults, and when that child or children are found to be abused, how does Franke or Hildebrandt escape liability here? I don't see it. Do you see a united front where they're both going to be defending, or one is going to point the finger at the other, even though, again, based on the current facts, it's going to be very difficult to say one didn't know what the other was doing?
Yeah, I would have to think that they have to point the finger at each other, because the abuse is unmistakable and undeniable. And so I think that each defense is going to have to point the finger at the other. Hildebrandt's going to say, well, Jody was the mother, Franke was the mother, and so she had full control over her children, so she was really responsible for this, and I was just kind of following along. And then the mother will look at Hildebrandt and say, well, she was my Svengali, I was under her spell, and I was doing what she was telling me to do, and that's how it happened. So I think you're right. I think the second option, the defense with them pointing the finger at each other, is probably the likely way to go.
Let's go to the fourth detail from these newly released documents. Miss Franke requested a lawyer and did not speak with us, meaning did not speak with authorities when she was ultimately apprehended. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's the first huge red flag. That's usually a red flag in almost any case. But when it's your own children and the allegation is abuse, I mean, you'd want, if you're not involved in it, in criminal liability, I mean, you would want to talk to the police, get to the bottom of it, find out what happened, find out if your children are okay, find out where they are, try to see them. The fact that you lawyer up immediately, I mean, that's a huge red flag for somebody like me when you're trying to get to the bottom of it, and you would think a parent would go to the ends of the earth to protect their child and to find out what happened to their child, and go and try to get to the person that did this abuse. But when they lawyer up like that, I would think that they immediately knew that they were in some kind of legal trouble.
That means that we're probably not going to get an interrogation video, right? Like she didn't speak with authorities.
Most likely, if they have a lawyer already, if the lawyer's doing his job, and I hate to say it, but if the lawyer's doing his job, a good defense attorney, his or her job, but a good defense attorney would not submit that client to an interview or interrogation of the police at this point.
So as we talk about these details that have been revealed in these newly released documents, I want to talk about the fifth and sixth points. Number 5 is the fact that Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt, they've both been charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse. And let's talk right now about the charges with respect to RF. Okay, so again, this young boy. Count 1, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony in that the defendant intentionally or knowingly inflicted upon a child, RF, serious physical injury, or having the care or custody of such child caused or permitted another to inflict serious physical injury upon said child. And such serious physical injury includes physical torture. What do you make of that charge?
Well, I mean, they're looking at probably the restraints, and they could have found.
To me, that's what this comes off as, is physical torture.
Yeah.
You're not feeding a child, you're duct taping a child. Let's face it, guys, these kids weren't big kids. They're very small framed, thin, they don't overeat, obviously, we know. They're duct taped. Their hands and feet were duct taped together. This is torture, folks. This is not punishment at all. It's beyond a level of understanding for me. Any ruler, good to
Hola,
see you.
Annie.
Welcome. And congrats for being in Vegas for a month. That sounds like a plan and a half. That's awesome. Hope you're enjoying yourself.
Found other things on that child's body. I've been involved in cases where you've had burn marks on a child's body, things like that, patterns of wounding and healing, and that's evidence of torture. Not just the binding. You could have other signs of torture, unfortunately, and often we see that in the emergency room. Will tell us you have both fresh wounds and you have healing wounds that happened previously in the same area or in the same pattern and stuff. And so I would imagine that some of the doctor's reports might indicate that there's a pattern of bruising and healing that has taken place on these child's bodies.
Could it also be something that RF said happened to him? That
Sure,
constitutes
absolutely.
torture?
Yeah, absolutely. It could be that. Oftentimes these children are not very talkative, although in this case they seem to have talked to the police, to a good degree. But yeah, it could be that, and it could be a combination of the two.
By the way, the part where it's not only if you do it, right, but if you you have the care or custody of the child, but if you've caused or permitted another to inflict the injury, that's how they get her. I guess if it was Jody Hildebrand who was doing it, but under the direction or supervision or consent of Ruby Franke, right?
Right. If Jody's doing the abuse, but they are in the care and custody of their mother, Franke, then she's actually liable under the law as well. Even though she may have not laid a hand on a child, she can still be charged because she allowed it to happen because those kids are in her care and custody.
Let me go more to the charges with respect to RF. Again, for me, it's notable how specific it is and how broad we talk about child abuse, because another charge, it says the same exact language, but when we talk about what child abuse is, then they go, and such serious physical injury includes any conduct that results in starvation or failure to thrive or malnutrition.
You know what, Rondi? That's not a dumb question, because after the husband was thrown out of the house, these two seem to be living together, and I thought that myself. So that's not really a dumb question, in my opinion.
Malnutrition that jeopardizes the child's life. So now she's being charged very specifically. One is torture. Now it's malnutrition. What do you make of that?
Yeah, so the statute actually separates out those two physical acts, right? One is, if you harm a child just by striking a child or something like that, that's a physical abuse of a child. But also, they've actually carved out a separate avenue of physical abuse called, malnourishment. If you withhold food, where to the point where you're physically harming the child, you can actually not touch a child and physically harm them by withholding food. And these are usually carved out for children and elderly. You see it sometimes in elder care law. You see it in child abuse law, because withholding food at certain key points in our lives can actually cause us great physical harm, and a child is in that category. So I think that you're looking at a piece of a statute that specifically mentions this kind of abuse towards a child, resulting in that physical harm, failure to thrive. Your body is growing at certain points, and if you don't get the nourishment and nutrition you need in that phase of your life, you'll forever be damaged by that. And so the law recognizes that, and so they've been charged with that.
Yeah, I mean, starvation is horrible for anybody, but particularly a child in that developmental stage. Like you said, it can affect the child forever, and it's equally and even more disturbing.
And that's the thing. A lot of people don't realize that if it can affect the size of the child permanently, that how tall they grow, the weight issues that they may have in their life as they get older, so on and so forth. I mean, all sorts of different developmental issues. It, starvation causes issues in brain development as well, folks. I
Mhm.
mean, this is a parent teaching their child something by possibly causing them lifelong issues. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Bullshit. I'm sorry. Yeah,
Jill,
you can
I'm
give it.
not sure, but I don't think so.
What's that?
Are you
Are you
allowed
allowed
in their
in their
cult?
cult? Oh, I don't think so either. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I
I
don't
have to
know.
I have to look something up, I guess. I don't know about that. But again, like I said, you can give these children eating disorders, because they feel
Yep.
that they have to look a certain way and different because of certain things. It's
Body
it's really.
dysmorphia is a real thing, people.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. I have two children that have it. I really do. And their mother, the two children that I
Mhm.
have that have this, their mother would constantly tell them, "You're too fat. You're this. You're that.
Mm.
You're that." And neither one of them were. That's the first wife, the creature I was married to first.
Yeah, I figured. I know
Um,
Brandy wouldn't do that.
no, not even remotely close. So you don't people don't understand how impressionable young children are, and what things that can happen to them cause issues for them when they become adults. It's sad, and this is going to cause a lot of issues, I believe, for these children as they get older. She had her son doing push-ups for leaving socks outside. What kind of a punishment is that?
Right?
What is that? This doesn't make any sense. None. This woman, it makes you wonder, how was she raised? Okay, but we do have a little
Right.
bit of that to look into. We'll get to that here soon.
There's another charge, count 3, again with respect to RF, repeats the same language, second-degree felony, defendant intentionally, knowingly inflicted, serious physical injury on the child or caused another to do the same. But I talked about the specific language. This charge says, and such serious physical injury includes conduct toward a child that results in severe emotional harm, severe developmental delay, or intellectual disability, or severe impairment of the child's ability to function. That's an interesting one.
Yeah, again, the statute is kind of pairing all these things out, right? So it's physical abuse, striking the child. It's another category of physical abuse, as malnourishment and withholding food. And now there's this emotional aspect of it. You're emotionally harming this child, again, like you said, in the developmental stage of their life, which could cause permanent damage. These children are probably going to need counseling for a long time to get them back up to a mental capacity where they can thrive, where they can learn, where they can be in school and do well and succeed and stuff. And now they are compromised in those areas now. And unless they get help quick and the right kind of help, it could be a permanent disability emotionally based on this type of abuse.
And again, these 3 charges with respect to RF, they're quite broad, easier for prosecutors to prove that case of harm to the child. And that's what I think is so significant. But I mentioned the 6 points. So we have one last point that I wanted to mention with respect to these newly released documents. Talked about the charges with respect to the harm allegedly suffered by RF. Now let's talk about the charges with respect to EF. So 2 of the 3 charges, it looks like, are duplicative of the ones regarding RF, but there is a unique one, count 6. Again, repeats same language, defendant intentionally, knowingly inflicted upon a child, EF, serious physical injury, or caused another person to do it. Now, here's the specific language of this count. And such serious physical injury includes any combination of 2 or more physical injuries inflicted by the same person, either at the same time or on different occasions, in violation, and then it does the Utah code. Wow, that's interesting, because now you're talking about this pattern, right? And very specific about who committed this and when. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I can only imagine, because if you look at the first 5, as you said, they're a little more broad, a little more general, and they probably come mainly from the physical examination of these children and the physical observations that you have of these children. Now, this one, because of the specificity that you mentioned, it seems possibly, and to me likely, it came from the interview with the child, because it says the same person inflicted 2 or more of these injuries. So how do you know who inflicted the injury? You can see the evidence of the injury. An emergency room doctor can tell you that, or you can actually see it yourself, the responding officer. But to say that the same person inflicted 2 or more of these things, I would think has to come from the statement of the child. And that's really crucial. That's really eye-opening in this case, because now that tells us, or seems to tell us, that, you know, at least one of these children is cooperating and telling the police what happened, which is a huge hurdle in these cases. It's a huge hurdle to get the kids to actually testify against their parent or their guardian, or their, in this case, their mother's best friend, or whoever, whatever role she plays in their lives. But that's a huge hurdle to get over. And hopefully they're having child specialists interview these children and get this kind of information from them. But certainly I think that this last point is very important. It really sheds some light. I think it's my hunch that that information came from one of those children. Well, especially the 10-year-old, it looks like in this case.
I agree with you. You know, Bobby, one of the things that I think about during this case is main issues. How did nobody know this, or people suspected it happening?
There's no way I couldn't cover this, Kelly. As soon as I heard the story, I was just like, I have to. There's no way in hell. It needs to be heard. Needs to be known. You know, if there's any other situations out there that are like this, that they can't be. They can't exist. It's sad.
Yeah, that was
It
the
needs to be
same thing
known.
I told Mikey. I was like, we need to do a show on this. And then that's when you and I started talking.
Oh yeah, big time. I mean, and Mikey said the same. He's like, oh yeah, you know what I mean? This is just, it's sick. It needs to be known that this type of thing goes on. There's enough. There's enough in the world that children deal with now at this point, that this is just something that doesn't need to be, especially with the people. We are what our children trust. We are what are supposed to protect our children. We're not supposed to be the ones harming them like this. This is what's sad.
And they're saying there was a long time coming. I am curious about witnesses in a trial against these two, because they can come forward and say they observed things, but then why wasn't more done, right? You know, I do wonder about her husband, Kevin. He hasn't been criminally charged. I'm not sure what his knowledge is of all this, but is he going to testify against his wife? If he does, if he knew about the abuse, he could be criminally liable, right? And it makes me wonder, is the prosecution going to have difficulty finding correct?
And I think that he would have to know, because these are things that were put in place in their family a long time ago. They've gone by these what do you call it, rules, I guess you could say, punishments, whatever you want to call it. Things may have
Practices.
things may have been added when Jody got involved, but I think it's something that he's known about. And he didn't step in. He didn't say, hey, this is wrong, this is not the way it should be. These are my children too. You're not going to do this, you know. And that's why I ended up with full custody of my kids, because of the creature I was married to before. She wasn't mother material, I'll put it that way. So
Yeah.
you go from there, you know what I mean? You don't make these things, you don't allow these things to happen to your children. He had to have known, in my opinion, and I'm curious to see how that unfolds, in my opinion, because that's probably what is going to end up happening, in my opinion, Jaylit, is that hey Josie, what's up, sis? That maybe Sherry or one of the older kids, you know what I mean,
Yeah.
will actually get them. 100%, 100%, in my opinion. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that so very much. Jean Del Rio, good to see you. Thank you for joining us today.
There's no way the father didn't know. There's a video about the Ruby and Kevin both sitting there together talking about how they sent Chad to this dang wilderness camp.
Yeah, just to learn how to survive.
Ugh.
What? Why?
No, they sent him to a wilderness camp for punishment.
Well, I mean, but that's what the camp was about. Is you go
Well,
there to
it
learn.
was for kids that were having drug issues and
Right.
behavioral issues and things like that.
And they teach survival. It's what they teach the wilderness thing. But like I'm
Yeah.
saying, you don't. That's not a punishment. You don't here go in the woods and figure out how to live in the woods because you didn't listen to what I told you to do. What? This is dumb. This is one
Yeah.
of the dumbest things I've ever heard.
I mean, I'm not saying, it was wrong for him to learn how to survive because obviously he needs to learn how to survive his flipping family. But
Not as a
I mean,
punishment.
but not he doesn't do drugs. He's not a, discipline issue
No,
in
they
most
weren't.
people's minds, normal
I mean,
people's minds
these kids,
who learn
th-
responsibility.
these
Yeah.
these kids are good kids. They really were. They are. They're normal. Well, they do the things that normal kids do, and that should be noticed and realized by these people, and they're not. I mean,
Hmm.
teenage kids are teenage kids. I don't care what you guys have heard the things that I go through with Caden. It's not that abnormal. It's really
Right.
not.
It's not.
These people, i- God, it's insane. She was
Well,
a complete control freak.
yeah.
That's why I
And
think
who
as
knows, we may find out that, she was abusing him too. And maybe that's why he didn't speak out.
very possibly, and at the same, yeah, I can. She could have threatened him. We see what she
Yeah.
did with her own children. The way she flipped on her children and accused her child of doing something to the smaller children. I'm sure she's probably done things like that to Kevin as well. We don't know yet, but I mean, I can't put it past her. So
Right.
this is just unbelievable to me. Ronnie says I think he absolutely knew and participated, and that's the thing. Maybe he felt like he didn't have a choice. As much as he may have thought it was wrong, if he did, she probably had him scared. Women will do that.
Mhm.
I'm not saying all women are like that, but there are very manipulative women and men at the same time that do these things to their partners to make them feel like if you don't do this or go along with what I'm doing, guess what? the wrath is coming down on you as well. So
Exactly.
it's crazy, folks. It's crazy.
Corroborating witnesses because they're going to be concerned that maybe I made a mistake. Maybe I should have came forward, or I don't know. It's still we're learning the details of it.
Well, I mean, unfortunately, in these type of cases, the only real witnesses are inside that house. They're the other children, the other victims, or the people that are actually carrying it out. And we've seen that over and over again. In this case, we have seen neighbors saying, "We've been calling forever. We've been calling the police. We've been calling social services." There were people far back saying, "Look, some of this stuff she's putting out as parenting advice on the internet, like withholding food from children as a reward system, is not right." And so people have been raising the flag, but unless you witness the abuse, until that 12-year-old broke free from his restraints and got out of that house and ran to a neighbor, you're not going to see it. The neighbors can kind of have an idea. The neighbors can think there's something weird going on in that house. But the ball lies really with social services. If neighbors had, in fact, made those calls to social services, why haven't been, and I understand that even the police or social services went to the house one time, no answer. They just simply attached a piece of paper to the door. We've got to give social services and the police some more aggressive tools in cases like this. Or as one of the neighbors reportedly told the reporter, said they were surprised that the kids didn't come out of that house in body bags. And eventually that's what's going to happen when you have abuse like this, when it goes unchecked. So social services in these cases has to be more aggressive. I understand they're underfunded, they're undermanned, and they don't have enough.
Yes, this here, Brandy, you are absolutely right. That made me so mad to see that, especially small children. Okay, small children look forward to certain things every year. Okay, in their lives, period. There's just certain things in children's lives that have to remain important, that have to be put in front of them as part of their childhood. It leaves emotional scars for the rest of their lives. To take Christmas away from a child, a small child, is like, I mean, morally, and emotionally damaging to the point where they're never going to get that back. They're never going to get that back because they have felt at that point that they were bad. Okay, they were so bad that Santa Claus didn't show up for them. That's sad. that's beyond sad, because that at that point in that child's mind says, what did I do that I was so bad that Santa didn't think I was good enough to bring a toy? You know what I mean? Like, that made me want to like bawl my eyes out. I'll be honest with you. That's how sick this woman is. I mean, it is, to a child, it's worse than missing a meal. You're absolutely right, Timmy. Health wise, no, it's not, but mentally, emotionally, yes, it's even worse than missing a meal. It's sad. And emotionally damaging to that child forever. I'm sorry. Yeah, Gabriel Fernandez was horrifying. I did too. I got very, very emotional over that scenario. It's sick. Yeah, that's it right there. Welcome, Mary. She took Xmas away under the guise of teaching the children gratitude. What? No, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know where these people get, the psychological teachings that they've learned, but they don't make any sense. You're not teaching a child gratitude by taking away something that they anticipate throughout the year. All it does is tell them you were bad, you didn't deserve it, you didn't get it, and that's that. So these things are just horrible. I'm sorry. Spare the rod. Wait a minute. What'd she say there? I'm all about not sparing the rod, but doing that to kids, especially during puberty. Oh, yeah. I get it. I agree with that one. I do. I agree with that. The whole spare the rod, spoil the child thing. I understand what you mean. These things, they're just so frustrating to hear.
And I don't
People to do all
know
the
if
cases
the
that they
school
have.
has stepped.
But in cases
I don't know if the school has
What
stepped
had-
in and said anything or not. Oops.
I don't know. I haven't seen anything on the school
Haven't
side of
either.
things.
Like Christina said, I know they were taken out of school,
hmm
but I don't know if the school has like made any reports or anything like that. I don't know if we can get that either. So
Yeah, well, because of they're under
They're-
18, probably
right.
not.
Yeah.
Sadly, but what was that family that had like 20 kids? Look how they raised
Oh, the Duggars.
the Duggars, yeah. Right. Again, it seems like these families that have large amounts of children that end up being in the spotlight end up having issues. You know what I mean? I hate to say that, but with this one definitely has issues, and the Duggars had their own form of issues, and there's even, I have a feeling that what the hell was that show called that had the octuplets, John and Kate plus 8 or something like that.
Yep, that's it.
I have some feelings that there's going to be some issues that pop out of that scenario somewhere down the road too, but we'll see. Maybe not. I'm sure that none of those other people discipline their children like this, though. I can almost guarantee you that, because this is just inhumane. I'm sorry. I read that they had several meetings with Ruby and she took them out. That's probably what happened. Was the school said, hey, this is going on, that's going on, what's the deal with this, what's that? So then, therefore, because you don't like the school making notice of your issues, she pulled the kids out and decided to homeschool them. And I'm sure they weren't getting the correct education, because this woman obviously doesn't know anything. At that point, that's when I think CPS should have been contacted by the school and said, hey, this is something that we're a little nervous about, and you might want to go look into it. Who knows? I don't know. What's up, Rach? Santa still gives me my brother's stuff. It's about 1/10 of what it used to be, but I still can't. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I believe in Santa Claus. You can't tell me any different. So you want to argue about it? We'll do it. Either way. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that one, Josie. I do.
It's like this, they have to be more aggressive, or they have to be given the tools to be more aggressive.
Very well said. I mean, this could have ended much worse. And look, the final point I want to make about this, and I wanted your opinion on it. Ruby Franke, Jody Hildebrandt, they are innocent until proven guilty. They're going to have a trial. They're going to have a chance to defend themselves if they choose to. But each count that I mentioned, the 6 counts, carries a prison sentence of up to 15 years and a fine of up to $10,000, assuming they are both found guilty across the board. What would a judge do in this case?
Thank you, Jim Tom.
Well, I mean, look, it's always my hope that the judge would sentence them on each count consecutively and not concurrently, which means they end one sentence, they start the other instead of letting them all run together. But all too often we see judges, when the case hasn't ended in the death of a child, be a little lenient on these people. So, it's hard to say. I think a lot of it's going to depend on their attitude and their defense. If they come out, I hate to say it, but if they admit to what they've done and ask for mercy or whatever, or claim some kind of mental defect, that's different than them getting up there and then denying everything when you have the physical evidence so far. Hopefully the children will get the care they need and become good witnesses. That's the problem with these cases, is your only witnesses come from inside that house. They're usually the children. Children have problems with, memory recall, especially if they've had patterns of abuse that have lasted for years. They're going to need help through this process,
And that's going to be another issue, and I feel that goes into the same thing. Starvation of children. It, like I said, it causes mental development issues as well, and there is going to be memory issues, and they're probably scared. Okay, they've been brainwashed, in my opinion, in multiple different scenarios in that household. So yeah, they're going to have issues, but I hope that these kids are made comfortable enough to be able to testify against these women. I really are. I really do hope that happens.
Me too.
In a bad way.
And you have to separate the process of getting them better and the legal process of getting these people prosecuted. But, they often run together. So my hope as a judge, I hope the judge throws the book at them, because I think a person that can do this kind of systematic long-term abuse of a child, particularly their own child, is so defected in their mind that they should not be, certainly never allowed to have custody of children again, and probably should spend a long time incarcerated as a penalty for what they've done.
Well, at the time of this recording, Frankie and Hildebrandt are both behind bars. They have an upcoming hearing, and we will continue to follow it here on Sidebar. Bobby Chacon, thank you so much.
Thanks, Jesse.
All right, and there is that. I fully agree with a lot of what Bobby Chacon said on that. I feel that it's going to be. I hope to God that they throw the book at these two, and they really need to make this a what's the word I'm looking for?
They need to make them an example. Yeah.
Yeah. It's got to stop. These kind of things have to stop. Our children. This is all we have, folks. Is our children. They're our future, and this is what they're doing to it. No, it's not okay. It's not okay at all.
Nope.
Not even a little bit. Let me see here. I wanted to show you guys this other. 1 second here. Here we go. See this one. Where is it? Yeah, let me show you this first, and then we'll move to the next part of it. All right, so again, as I had explained to you guys, I had told you guys that the oldest daughter, Sherry, Frank, is estranged from the mother, because obvious, we know why, this was her Mother's Day post, and then I'm going to show you another thing with the daughter too. Like I said, she got away, thank God. But not to say that she wasn't damaged already.
A while ago, Sherry from 8 Passengers talked about how she is no longer in communication with her mom or her dad due to them having these really strict beliefs and her mom being a part of the group called Connections. Ruby's sisters have also come out and said that they do not support the group as well, and they really wanted to try and help Ruby, but I think as of right now, she's in the group to stay. Some felt like maybe her relationship with her daughter not really being there anymore would kind of wake Ruby up, but it clearly hasn't. And this past Mother's Day, Sherry posted with her mom's sisters, her 3 aunts, thanking them on Mother's Day and posted a bunch of photos of her with them. And a lot of people were just like, this is just sad that Ruby cannot wake up and want to be in her kids' lives. But I'm happy that Sherry is reconnected with her mom's side of the family and that they've really taken her in and love on her and all that. A little while ago, Sherry from 8 Passengers talked about how.
So there's that. Okay. And thank God that again, the sisters of Ruby's sisters, don't follow along with this mess per se. 1 second here.
Jean, I don't know what they have to say about it. I haven't seen anything yet.
What do we got going on here?
What do the Mormons say now about things?
From what I've heard, they're shying away from this. I haven't been able to find any statements from any of them. I'd like to. Oh yeah, MCause there is. I've been looking for that one too. Okay, guys, let me get this one loaded in for you to see here.
Cause asked if you want the channel name.
Sure.
Hidden True Crime.
Okay, thank you. All right, here we go. Now, this was an interview with Sherry and a couple people talking about like life coaching and things like that in relation to this and how she started to realize that things were not good. Um, it was kind of interesting. Okay. Parenting isn't that's a wonderful point. Thank you for that, Josie. Parenting isn't shaming, embarrassing, withholding food. None of that is parenting at all. That, in fact, those are the opposites of what a parent should do. We're supposed to lift our children up. We're supposed to build their confidence. We're supposed to make them feel good about themselves. We're supposed to nourish them, feed them, and make them grow the right ways. All of those things are what parents do. None of what that woman does. Okay.
Mental health coaching group, and apparently at first it was great. As the years went on though, the teachings became more and more extreme and lines started to get blurred when the life coach was connecting her personal teachings to the gospel and made Sherry believe that the two went hand in hand.
When do you feel like, what was the thing that made you become more aware that they were equating it?
I think when they started like talking about God while they were also talking about their same
curriculum
Yeah.
and stuff.
Self-help,
Yeah.
growth.
Yeah.
Got it.
And so I was like, oh, well, the gospel and this go together. Like if I live this curriculum
Thank
well,
you,
then I'll be a
Snooper, and
better
welcome,
church
dear.
member, and vice versa. So
Sherry mentioned the dangers of life coaching and said how there's really no accountability when it comes to what they're putting out there.
And I think we should throw a disclaimer out there that life coaching is a very controversial space right now in the mental health field.
Yes.
Because
It absolutely is, Christina.
There's very low account.
It absolutely is. But see, what she has done is she's taken it from her religion and the way the religion puts it out there, and she's twisted it into her own form of it, and it has become torture and not the things that are supposed to be done. You know what I mean? So that's my opinion. I may be wrong, but I don't think I am on that aspect of it. It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's what it is, Josie. The Mormon religion is different. It is. They make them wear weird underwear and do religious things. That's absolute. I've never seen or heard any of that either. Anything that has happened that has, in my opinion, like I said, she took and twisted Mormon values and made it into something that was her own thing. Period. Yes, Christine, I do. We have documents I'm going to hit here right after this, and it's going to give everything that we have. That Mama Bear pulled all those documents and everything up. Jody is to Chad as Ruby is to Lori Fallow. That's a good point, Mary. Very much so.
Accountability. You don't need a license to become, like, there's no state certification for life coaching. And so you have to be very, very, very careful and research very deeply if you turn to life coaching in any sense, because literally anybody and their dog could become a life coach and say they're a quote unquote certified life coach.
Versus therapy, which is I don't know.
like therapy counselors, you need a license, you need
a
degree.
a couple different degrees.
Yeah.
A very intense licensure exam and tons
And then you're also under the
hours.
board, like the Utah like Doppel, where it's like
I can't
you
find
file a complaint, they
anything
can take away your license.
She recalled a time
in
when
Jody's
this life
background that
coach
gives her
was
any
actually
degrees, by the
telling
way.
her that she had no empathy or compassion for others, and now she looks back and she just feels so sad for her younger self that she believed what was being fed to her.
I remember going into it, and one of the people had said to me, like, I don't think you have a lot of like empathy for other people and a lot of compassion for other people.
Like towards you individually?
Yeah. And so I was like, okay, like I'm going to work on it. I'm going to work on it. And so I would say my prayers at night and be like, Heavenly Father, like, why don't I have empathy? Like, please
Aw.
help me to like have it. And so I look back at like a lot of the things that I prayed for at that age, and I like feel bad for myself that I was like so concerned with like, help me be clean, help me be empathetic. Like, I don't know what to do. And then I feel like I would work on it, and then I would go and talk with these people, and they'd say, you're still not getting it. And I would just like lose my mind over like, what else am I supposed to do?
Sherry said every week they were being made to like track their actions, and it made her fixate on all these negative things that she was doing, and it made her see others in a negative light as well. It wasn't until she went off to college that she finally started to break out of her bubble and see things differently. She was now interacting with roommates and was having new experiences, and it made her feel so conflicted.
Like I said, I joined it when I was in 10th grade. I got like more strongly involved throughout high school. So I graduated like very much on board with all of it. And then I came to college, and I started to like interacting with roommates and people that I hadn't met. I was very judgmental. I was like, wow, she's wearing that. Like, she's going to hell. Wow, she's wearing that. God's so mad at her. Or so like I was still very like judgmental about people like that. And I would take religion classes, and they would talk about, you know, God is so gracious and kind. And I'd say, well, they've got it wrong. And so I was just very like critical about the world. Like some things within my family were happening that I started to question, like, I don't know if this is okay. Like, I don't know if God would actually support this. Like, is this really the gospel? And so for a long time, for like 7 months of my freshman year in college, I was just debating. I was like, I don't know.
Thank you for saying that, Christina. I was going to say something like that too, because these kids were punished for things that they were not taught to do right, is what Christina said. That's kind of how I feel about it too. Like, they were never taught the normal way, I should say, to not do certain things, in my opinion. In turn, here we go. You know what I mean? So that's a good point. I do feel that way too. This SHIT breaks my heart. I literally just need to spend the day with my daughter and make sure she knows them. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's what I did with my son yesterday. Believe it or not, it makes you open your eyes and go, damn, you know? We treat our children the right way, folks. The people in this community, I know they do. Okay. We're not these people. We're not this woman. None of us ever could be, because we're good people in here. So it's just this is so sad. I feel so bad for this girl, and I hope that she can have a relationship with her siblings and show them, hey, mom and dad didn't do the right thing by you guys, and maybe start showing them the love and acknowledgement that they deserve from a sibling.
What to believe. Like, I believe the gospel is true, but I don't know exactly what that gospel is.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't know where to draw the line between
life coaching and
like
gospel.
life coaching and the gospel.
But breaking free of that wasn't easy for her. She felt like she had to honor her family, and she was scared if she didn't, it would be a sin. She said for a while, she carried on as normal, but she would recognize that whenever she went back to school after visiting with her family, she would feel extremely drained, and she just knew that she couldn't keep pretending everything was fine.
A saying stuck out to me that he said. He basically said, like, you should worship God in spirit and in truth. And I was like, wow. And like, I didn't think much of it at first, but it stayed with me for days. And I looked at that, like, we should worship in spirit and in truth. And I had just been doing one of those things. At that point, I was very convinced, like, this is too extreme. I need to do something, change something, but I wasn't sure how. Because, I want to.
Are you having problems hearing this?
Nope, I can hear it fine.
Somebody said she couldn't hear it. Maybe you got to back out and come back in, Rondi. Try it again just to make sure.
Honor my family. We're supposed to honor our parents, and I felt that to disagree with them was sinful, and that God would be mad at me too.
I agree, Josie, because these are the
revealed
things that make
she
kids
is going
snap
to
out.
therapy, and she explained how beneficial it's been for her to have an outsider to actually tell her, like, no, this isn't okay. What was happening to you wasn't okay, and you're right to feel this way.
Yeah, and I had friends that would point out to me when I'd come home from my family. They're like, "You're different. Like, you are going back to how you were in high school." And a few months ago, started going to like therapy, and that definitely helped to have like an outside person not tell me how to think, but be like, this was wrong, or like, you're totally okay to feel like this. And so that was like more of validating just how I thought, because a lot of times I'd want to, love myself, and I'd want to, but then I'd always be like, no, like, I'm lying to myself. I need to be hard on myself. And so to have someone else tell me, like, no, like, it's okay to like love yourself. And I was like, oh, those thoughts had been there the whole time. I just never like took them seriously.
Sherry said it took her a while to break free because she didn't have the biggest support group. She thinks God placed a lot of good people and mentors into her life who were able to help her through it, and she was even able to reconnect with some of her family.
For me, looking back, like, God placed some people in my life, like really good mentors, that were able to help me through it. Really good bishops have been amazing. I've been able to reconnect with like a family that I was friends with in high school, and they've kind of taken me in as their own daughter. And so like, I had them to go to. It was hard to like not have my own family. And then to hear other people talking about their trials and say, well, my parents were my rock. Like, they were there for me. And I was like, man,
wouldn't it be nice?
Yeah.
To end things off on a happier note, Sherry talked about her new life and how she goes about every day. She talked about how Utah was such a bubble, and moving forward, she wants to start her new life by doing something new every day and having all these new experiences.
Moving on to a new phase of my life, I want to be able to like start my own life in a way and be able to move past everything. And so like, I picked up yoga, Like never did yoga. I was like, this is actually pretty fun. Like this week it was St. Patrick's Day. I went and got Irish food. I was like just like really stupid things like that, honestly, that it's like I'm experiencing life in a new way that I haven't before.
I just think it's so sad what these kids have gone through. I mean, not only did they have to live years of their childhood online, but adding connections on top of all of that. I just can't believe Ruby hasn't woken up yet. She cut off her family has spoken out about connections, her daughter has even spoken out now. It's just so sad that this group has truly torn this family apart. At least Sherry seems to have found a lot of clarity, and as sad as it is about her not having her direct family, it is good that she was able to find that close family within her aunts and uncles and mentors and friends, and it sounds like she's truly on the right path. Ruby hasn't responded to the podcast, but her and Jody did put out a Moms of Truth video the next day titled Blame, a Tactic of Deception. And yes, it's as bad as you can probably imagine.
This distortion is always easier. You know, go down the slide versus climb up the slide. Down the slide is easier. It's easier to lie. It's easier to hide. It's easier to go into deception. It's easier.
I really don't think Ruby is going to come around anytime soon, and I just hope the rest of the kids are okay. Anyways, guys, let me know what you think about everything down below, and I'll see you next time.
So yeah, I feel that Sherry has options, that and that she's seeing things for what they are, and I'm hoping that she'll be able to spread that to her siblings as well, honestly. All right, let me get these documents here. I'm going to show you guys some of this court proceeding stuff. That's what these documents, the one set of documents, that's what they were, isn't right, Mama Bear? All right. Lower your voice.
What the heck? Were you just trying to make sure I was awake or what? Can't hear you.
With my system here, I can't get. There we go. You can't hear me?
I can now. Now I can't. It says you're muted.
I wasn't though. Here we go. It was unmuted before, but then muted. It's weird out. My son just came in the house and starts screaming and yelling. I'm like, can you please lower your voice?
It's like, whoa, were you trying to make sure I was awake or what?
No, he goes upstairs and he's like, bah, 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 bah. I'm like, can you lower your voice? So if you guys heard it, sorry about that.
He's been quiet all day. He's got to let out that energy.
Caden's never quiet. That's
That's true.
Even when he's supposed to be quiet, he's not quiet. Have you spoke out about what she has claimed her children? Yeah, that's going to be towards the end of it, but yeah. Oh, hold on a minute. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know my volume was turned down a little bit. I just don't want to have to be too loud and then blow your guys' eardrums out. There we go. Is Utah that secular state? Okay, yeah. Hello, Kaleidoscope. Good to see you. All right, so we got documents here to look at. I don't know, Josie. I'm sorry. I wish I could answer that question for you, hon. Excuse me. All right. So this one. This is the state of Utah versus Jody Hildebrand. Okay. Offense description would be aggravated child abuse intentionally or knowingly. That's the first charge. Second is aggravated child abuse intentionally or knowingly. That's 2 charges severity. It's an F2, felony 2, which is not good. And then we have that as of August 30th, probable cause statement. If I can read it. And this just gives, this is such a, why is it? Oh, there we go. Okay. The statement was that RF, which is the 12-year-old child, and that's his age, 12, climbed out of the window of an Ivan's residence belonging to Jody Hildebrandt and ran to a neighbor's home. RF knocked on the door, requesting food and water. The neighbor observed duct tape on RF's ankles and wrists and contacted law enforcement. Upon arrival, law enforcement observed the wounds and the malnourishment of RF to be severe. He was transported to the St. George Regional Hospital. RF was placed on, come on, go up for me. Sorry about this, guys. A medical hold due to his deep lacerations from being tied up with rope and from malnourishment. Jody Hildebrandt was found to be in direct care of RF as he was staying at her home. In Jody Hildebrandt's bathroom, I located gauze, which had been used. This observation. Where's the rest of that? There. Did that jump? The throat from his. Okay, due to being direct. Okay, anyway, that's page 1 of 2. All right. This here is the order to hold without bail probable cause ID based on the affirmation of Jessica Bate, the arresting officer. The undersigned magistrate finds that probable cause existed for the arrest without warrant of Ruby Frank. The current offense is a felony. The court finds substantial evidence to support the charge and finds by clear and convincing evidence that Ruby Frank would constitute a substantial danger to any other individual or to the community, or is likely to flee jurisdiction if the court released on bail. I'm glad that they did that because she probably would have bounced. Seriously. Okay, so those are the only 2 that are in that one. Let me bounce this back one a little bit. Right. Okay, we got that one. Okay, these I have to put these in order. Sorry, folks. All right. So RF being present in the home and having knowledge of the abuse, malnourishment, and neglect, Ms. Frank requested a lawyer and did not speak with us. With this information and the belief that Ms. Frank had knowledge of malnourishment, abuse, and neglect, charge will be enhanced to a second-degree felony. I ask that Ms. Frank not be allowed bail due to the severity of the injuries of her children the 2 kids located in the home, the fact that DCFS has taken 4 of Miss Frank's children into their custody, and I have yet to speak with 2 of them. Number 2, child abuse victim EF, 10 years old, was found at Jody Hildebrandt's residence after RF made contact with the police. EF was found to be malnourished and initially refused medical. After approximately 4 hours, EF agreed. Jody Hildebrandt was found to be in the direct care of Frankie. Frankie was determined to be malnourished by a medical professional upon arriving at St. George Regional Hospital. Ruby Frank was seen on a YouTube video filmed in Jody Hildebrandt's downstairs, which was posted 2 days ago. This observation adds to Miss Frank, the mother of EF, being present in the home and having knowledge of the abuse, malnourishment, and neglect with this information and the belief that Ms. Frank had knowledge of malnourishment, abuse, and neglect. This charge will be enhanced to the second-degree felony. I ask again that Ms. Frank not be allowed bail due to the severity of the injuries and the fact that DCFS has taken 4 of Ms. Frank's children into their custody, and I have yet to speak with 2 of them again. Stuff is crazy. Okay, again, here we are again. State of Utah versus Ruby Frank. Count 1, aggravated child abuse. Count 2, aggravated child abuse. Count 3, aggravated child abuse. Okay. There were 6 counts each, if I do remember correctly.
Yes.
Each of these counts. What's up, Bonnie? Good to see you, dear. Thanks for joining us. Each one of these counts holds what was it, a minimum of up to 15, I think it is. 15
Yes.
to
15
think it
years.
was.
And I don't remember what the fine was, but I'm sure
Yeah,
she can afford it.
10,000. Well,
Maybe not. I don't know.
maybe not anymore, because
Yeah.
I think that they're going to pull everything that had anything to do with her stuff. I mean, you know, they can't take money from her that she already has. But thank you, Canadian True Crime Buff.
Not
So,
that Nikki. The other two, which ones, honey? Let me see if I can find the exact ages.
all right, here we go. Like I said, these shows, this is the Ruby Frankie's charges themselves. Count 1, 2, and 3 are all 3 the same. 4, 5, and 6, aggravated child abuse. Now, these are charges against each one of these. Good golly, Miss Molly's in the house. What's up,
Oh,
Molly?
Molly. Okay, Sherry is the oldest, and her age is currently 20. Chad follows as the next. He is 18, with Abby at 16, Julie at 14, Russell at 12, and Eve at 9.
Busy, busy, busy.
You're welcome, Nata Nikki.
Okay, let's.
Yeah, there's 2 that are of legal age, adult, and then the other 4 are under age. So I'm assuming they talked to Russell and Eve, the 2 youngest. So they still needed
Here.
to talk to 2, so the other 2.
All right. 1 second here.
Thank you, Wisdom. There's my other child.
Okay, guys. All right, now this is the interview. I believe it was her cousin. Her cousin did, describing how things went in the family with this. Okay, and that how the partly where this came from. I agree, in my opinion. But this is that interview. Like I said, the voice has been changed, and she doesn't want to be known as to who she is. But this was quite interesting to me as well. Like I said, the voice is deeper. It's obviously a female, but you guys can take your, and this is again, this is another version of the punishment that this woman did to her children. This was years ago, okay, that this went on. So it's been going on for a long time. It's very sad. No problem, Molly. Thank you for joining us, hon. Thank you, Miss Jerry, very much. And oh yeah, the videos were, everything's been taken down. They took everything down because of this, I think.
House. I'm going to take the scissors, look at me, and I'm going to cut its head off.
Grandma will be so
The Utah mom, known for her YouTube channels, in jail accused of abusing her own children. Now one of her family members is joining us and claims abuse runs through generations of her family. Welcome to Law and Crime Sidebar Podcast. I'm Anjanette Levy. Ruby Franke and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, will be in court this Friday to face charges of child abuse. Franke, as we've been telling you, had a YouTube channel called 8 Passengers that featured her family and some of her parenting techniques, which concerned many, many people who watched. And neighbors had also expressed concern for some time about the children. One quoted as saying they feared the kids would come out of the home in body bags at some point. After 8 Passengers shut down, she founded Connections with Hildebrandt to offer counseling for parents. Here's a little bit of Ruby Franke in one of her videos.
And my kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
Joining me to discuss the allegations of abuse is a family member of Ruby Franke. She would like us to refer to her as Sally. This family member of Ruby Franke's asked that we hide her face, disguise her voice, and not use her real name to protect her identity. She said speaking out about her experience makes her fear for her safety. Sally, thanks so much for joining us today. We know that this is a difficult thing to discuss, but we appreciate you making the time.
It's very, very hard. Very hard.
I want to start out with, first of all, your reaction, your feeling when you heard that Ruby Franke had been charged with child abuse.
I'm not shocked. If you've been through the kind of things that I've been through, it's not a shock at all. I guess the direction in which it went was not what I expected, but from which it came was to be expected.
What do you mean the direction? Could you explain what you mean by that?
It's hard to say anything without getting...
I think the reason why she hides who she is, Cat Lady, is because the whole family at some point went through this, and this has been going on for years and years. So I think that she's trying to kind of detach herself from that so that they don't come at her, possibly. I don't know for a fact, but that's just my thought on it. I think if you support the opposition to this, that maybe you shouldn't. But again, she may have some form of fear because of that. I don't know for a fact yet, like I said, but
I suppose I wasn't expecting some of the details in that story to line up with some of the details in my own family history, I guess is what I'm trying to say, quite as well as it did. Well, my mother handcuffed my sisters when they were young, and a lack of food wasn't uncommon, but it wasn't out of a lack necessarily of money. There was a time when it could have been prevented, but it wasn't. The lack of food, I mean, and the handcuffing, that happened to my family too with my own mother.
Your mother handcuffed your siblings and you?
Luckily, I was not, but the others were.
There's been a recording released by police, and you can hear them talking. You can hear talk about people being duct taped, children having duct tape on them. Has that ever happened to you or your siblings?
All I can say is that my mother did duct tape my siblings, but I haven't heard anything specific being talked about before that. It was my siblings who told me that it happened. I didn't hear the 911 dispatch call. This is the first time I've ever heard of that, but I'm not shocked.
When was the last time you saw Ruby?
When I was very young. And yeah, it was a long time ago.
Do you have a ballpark on the number of years?
Over 15.
More than 15 years ago. That's the
Yes.
last time you saw Ruby?
Yes.
I know you want to, protect your identity. There is a relation here. I mean, you're related to her.
Yeah.
Would you consider yourself a distant relative?
No.
So, what is the family's reaction, your family's reaction to Ruby being arrested and charged with child abuse?
Much the same as mine. I'm trying to form the words. I guess disgust, because this is something that is multi-generational. So I am very privy to the way that I was treated and the way that my siblings were treated. And so to see that further on down the line is not shocking, but disgusting. And that would be there along the ballpark of what they feel too.
Do you feel that Ruby and your mother learned this from their parents, or where do you think they came up with this type of thing? Handcuffing, the duct taping, the withholding of food. Where do you think they got that?
I'll speak in a metaphor. I'll just say that the whole tree, from the bottom of the roots to the tips of the branches, the whole tree is blighted. This is multi-generational. So I suppose you'd have to read in between the lines with that.
So from their parents, your grandparents, you believe that they learned this behavior?
Yeah, I do.
Ruby is Mormon. I assume you were raised in the Mormon faith as well.
Heavily, yes.
So Mormons do not condone harming children, abusing children. I don't really know of any religion that does. Do you feel that they talk about religion in a way to almost justify the abuse?
Yeah. It's been a while since I've read the Ensign. It's been a while since I've read through the Book of Mormon and been to church. But I can't give any specifics, but I do feel and believe that those sorts of things are used to justify.
So tell me, if you would, you talked about your siblings being handcuffed and things of this nature, the withholding of food. Were there other things that you found similar, things that happened to your siblings that you found similar to what was going on with Ruby's children, or at least the allegations being levied here?
I can say that with my own family, I can't speak on that, but I can say with my own family, my siblings and I, we were slapped and hit and screamed at. There was a few times where I had been slapped so hard, and it was with an open hand, so it's not like my mother used her nails or anything or had an object in her hand. Her hand was open. And she slapped me so hard that my lip started to break open and bleed. And like I said, I don't know anything about the allegations, and I can't speak on that, but I can speak on what my family has been through with physical abuse and emotional abuse. And that would be one of those things that we've been through.
What did you do that your mother slapped you with an open hand? I mean, what was the thing that you had allegedly done, or the thing that you had done that had upset her to drive her to that point? Or, I'm not blaming you at all. I'm just saying, what was it, the action that occurred that caused her to react in that way?
It was mostly unprovoked. Sometimes it was just regular parent stuff where, with children, sometimes they don't always do what they're told immediately, clean your room. That's normal. But what's not normal is reacting with slapping your child with an open hand and making their lip bleed. But I do believe that particular incident that I have in mind, it was unprovoked and it was just out of anger and cruelty.
Were you aware of the 8 passengers YouTube? And I only ask because YouTube is everywhere. A lot of these channels really blow up and have tremendous followings, and maybe you just hear through the family grapevine, oh, Ruby's doing this channel.
My family is always left out of everything, so there is no grapevine.
Good to see you, Jenny.
I discover these things on my own on YouTube, just from searching.
Had you ever seen her
Thanks
channel
for
though,
joining
since
us.
you're talking about, since you said you are on YouTube?
I'd seen it a couple times, yeah. But I couldn't bear to watch it because it reminded me of everything.
Okay, so you had seen the 8 passengers site or channel?
Yeah. Yeah.
What did you see on there that really bothered you?
I can only speak on my own experiences. A lot of the mannerisms that I saw in my mother, I felt a lot of those. And it stressed me out. I have intermittent complex PTSD, along with a couple other things, and I think it was triggered. But I don't really know specifically what those triggers are. I just know that it hurt.
So you haven't seen Ruby's children in 15 years, obviously, because that you haven't seen her in that amount of time. So was there just a lot of separation between the 2 parts of the family? You're saying you were kept separate or they were kept separate. Did they just kind of go off on their own, or did you guys move away?
My family has been completely ostracized by them and treated less than dirt. The only kind of grapevine that ever did exist was when my mother was around and told us 1 or 2 things about, the media online with YouTube or who was doing what. But after even before, we were never included. And we've always been ostracized. We were the black sheep, I guess, because my mother was the black sheep. And so by proxy, so were we.
So were you all in Utah for a time and then moved away?
Yeah.
Okay. How long have you been gone from Utah?
Over 10 years.
Oh, okay. So it's been a long time.
It's been a long time, yeah.
Is there anything you want to add about the arrest of Ruby and her business partner? I mean, have you heard anything about the children, where they are, how they're doing at this point?
I haven't heard anything, but I can say that on every fiber of my being, I can understand. It's very difficult to talk about, and there isn't much that I can add to that particular situation. Not just because I don't know very much about that, but also I just don't know very much about it. But I do understand the overarching dynamics that are at play.
And could you explain a little more about what you mean you don't know much about it?
Well, any of the allegations that have been made known, to be honest with you, it's really some of them this is the first time I've heard some of them. I'm hearing from you. That's how much.
Welcome, Marie. Great to see you.
My
Been a
family is
while.
left
Thanks
in
for
the dark
joining
about
us
these
today.
things. Not that those things would want to be shouted at the rooftops per se, but we're definitely never have been in the know.
Are you much closer, I guess, to your father's side of the family?
Just to my father.
Mm-hmm. And what was his reaction to this?
Like I said, a lot of us discussed, and yet we haven't been shocked either. Absolutely not shocked.
Well, is there anything else, you would like to add about the arrest or the allegations of child abuse that are being made? And it sounds like for a long time, people were raising concerns. The neighbors were calling the police and raising concerns. There were people trying to cancel her on social media. There was a hashtag, hashtag cancel Utah vlogger, things like that. I mean, so people were concerned for a long time.
Well, I can understand that, and that makes sense to me. What upsets me is that when it comes to abuse, and for someone like me who's been through it, the thing that I would like to add is just that, why did it take so long? Why do all of these things take so long? I've never received any justice for what I've been through myself. And I think I would just like to say that I hope that they're okay. I understand a lot more than they do about the larger dynamic. I hope people keep that in mind. It's a lot bigger. Everything is a lot bigger than people know.
And you're talking about the generational, the family
Yes.
issues. And do you know that if this went back just many generations, this treatment of family members of children?
It's been around at least since my mother, and she was over 40 years old, which I think that it's older than her. If I were to give my opinion, I can't back that up with evidence, but that is my opinion.
Well, thank you so much for coming on. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I couldn't add any extra details in.
No, that's okay. And we're sorry for what you've been through.
Thank you.
This relative says her younger siblings were also handcuffed using duct tape. Last week, court documents say one of Ruby Franke's sons had duct tape wrapped around his ankle and wrists after he climbed out of a window at Jody Hildebrandt's house looking for help. The boy was malnourished and taken to the hospital. As I mentioned earlier, Ruby Franke and Jody Hildebrandt will appear in court on Friday. They're both being held on those child abuse charges, and Law and Crime will have that hearing covered for you. That's it for this edition of Law and Crime's Sidebar Podcast. You can listen to and download Sidebar on Apple, Spotify, Google.
All right, and that was that one. Monitor had to step away for a minute. She'll be back. All right. Again, like I said, there's so much with trying to find the where's it at? Oh yeah, this happened. This is an older accusation, so this has been known to people, okay, for a while now.
Welcome back to Connections. I'm Jody Hildebrandt.
And I'm Ruby Franke.
Sharing parenting advice online, Ruby Franke and her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, regularly released videos like this one that police say were filmed in Hildebrandt's Ivan's home.
You're not going to hear anything like this in any parenting book.
The same home one of Franke's children escaped from a week ago, prompting an investigation and felony child abuse charges against both women. Now, records obtained by the KSL investigators from Springville Police reveal officers responded to Frankie's home in Springville 15 times between March 2019 and last week, and at least 5 of those visits were to assist Utah's Division of Child and Family Services. In April 2022, records show DCFS asked Springville PD to drive through the neighborhood. They'd received a report about children running out in the road unsupervised. Police responded but didn't see any kids. Then in September last year, Frankie's oldest daughter, now an adult, asked police to check on her younger siblings after hearing from neighbors that Frankie had left them home alone in Springville for days. According to police records, the kids were seen through the windows but would not answer the door. But neighbors told officers Ruby Frankie would leave her children home for extended periods of time and go to St. George to spend time with her friend Jody Hildebrandt, and they were very concerned about the children. Records show police went back to the Springville home 4 more times after that to assist DCFS. In a statement, the Child Welfare Agency said it cannot release any information, citing confidentiality and privacy concerns.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about.
So it was going on, 15 times they responded between 2019 and just this recent last time. So I guess from what we can take from that, the DCFS was involved, but nothing was done. Otherwise, this would have ended a long time ago. A couple years ago, in my opinion. So, Julie Dunn, welcome, by the way. So, AL hunted down a family member that hasn't seen these people in 15 years. Had her say her mother was the same, abused her and her siblings, so the goal is to attack. I don't know if it was to attack the Mormon religion or the family itself. To say that this was something that went on in the family itself. Now, I mean, if it was based on the fact that the Mormon religion was the reason behind it, I didn't per se take it. I took it as that it was intergenerational family teachings, not per se that it was actually what the religion was teaching. Okay, that's my opinion, but I don't know. I don't know. I'd have to look more into that again because I don't believe that Mormon teachings are like this. I've known a couple people that were Mormons and they never treated their children like this ever, ever. Welcome back, Mama Bear. By the way. All right. Where's it at? Okay. Then this is the husband that goes by the name Kevin. That's it. I mean, that's his name. He doesn't go by the name. Sorry, I don't know why I said it like that, but right, there we go. Once again. So I don't know how this is going to go with the father. Okay. I don't know if they're going to look back and say, okay, how long has this abuse been going on? And how long were you there? What did you allow? What did you say? What did you say? Hey, is that why they split up? I don't know.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
What's this here? Snooper says the fact that they felt okay showcasing this abuse on social media really is unnerving. That's a big thing. And not thinking that it was a problem, I don't know. I don't know. Thank you, Sherry. I am curious though. I'm very curious to see what happens with Kevin because it could go either way at this point. They could say, hey, you knew about this. Why didn't you do something before now? Or they could say he wasn't there. He didn't know. He could say he didn't know. And again, like we said earlier, she could have put fear into him and threatened him. We don't know, I'm trying to find I couldn't find it, the allegations that this woman made against her children. it? Anyway, I'll just tell you about it. She made allegations. I think it was against I can't think of his name. It was the oldest boy, right?
Chad.
Yeah, that's it. Thank you. That he had done something horrible to the younger children. Okay.
Yeah.
Now none of this came out until this went into play. Okay, and so on and so forth. And again, as we heard, which I'm going to play the 911, the full 911 call for you guys here in a minute. Miss Lily, good to see you. And explain that. 1 second. What the heck was I saying? Oh, good to see you, Miss Lily. Anyway, that, like I said, none of this came out until, if that was an actual issue, I think she'd have done something about it way before this. But now all of a sudden, because of this, poof, now we have this. And I think it's disgusting. Why? Probably because it was about a child. I've been looking for this for 2 days now and I couldn't find it. Is that in anything that you had sent me?
Mm. Am I gonna hurt any other kids? I don't think so.
Remember the allegations that she made against, was it Chad or was it Russell? I thought it was Chad. Okay, the Canadian says, she said one of the children had touched more than 20 others or 20 incidents against him, plus 3-year-old watching. You know what? Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that had to be Chad then. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. That was the one. And I it made me
That's
sick.
why he was at Jody's house to reform.
Yes. Yes. Supposedly. And that was partially. Anyway. I don't know. I don't know what to do with that, but I just don't feel like I personally can't put any solidity into anything she says at this point, and I won't. Until something else is proven another way. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, that's what I said to Deflection. My wife and I were talking about it.
Here's I put a back chat link to a news article.
Right. And this is, for those of you that haven't heard this is a little hard to hear. But I want you to hear it so that you get the full extent of how this went down. This is the full 911 call, and it's transcribed as well. It gives you exactly what's being said so that you can hear it clearly. This was what kicked all this off, as I had stated. You heard little pieces and parts of it from stuff we were watching, but this is the real deal here. Let me know if you can hear it okay.
I just had a
911, the address of your emergency. Okay, and the phone number you're calling from. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated, he's got tape around his legs, he's hungry, and he's thirsty.
Okay. Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio.
Okay, cool.
And he asked us to call the police. So he's very afraid. What's your last name? He's 12 years old. Yes.
Okay. And can you ask him his date of birth?
Can you tell me your birthday?
I think they redacted certain pieces of this for.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Okay. And are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
Porch. He went out.
He says you just left through the porch at the neighbor's house. Her name is Jody Hildebrand, and she lives 2 doors up the street. Yeah, out in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked just under the block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police.
Does he seem to be under the influence of drugs or alcohol?
I don't think so, but he's very thirsty, and
Need an ambulance?
I don't think he needs an ambulance. I'll let the cops decide that, but his ankles are taped up, and he won't tell us why.
Okay.
But he has duct taped around each ankle. Yeah, there's sores around them. I think the good chance he's been. And he has them around his ankles. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been. He needs. This kid has obviously been. I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
Let's see. Has he told you where his mom or dad are?
Haven't asked him that. Yeah. You know where your mom is?
I really got you.
Yeah, I'm sure that doesn't matter, son. Do you know where your mom and dad are?
Well, actually, I don't know where my mom is, but I do know where my dad is. He's not anywhere here. Really don't.
And through this child blamed himself for this. It was his fault that this happened.
Yep.
His fault that his mother or whoever was the one that did this duct taped him together, his hands and his legs, and that's his fault.
No worries.
Okay. No, he doesn't seem to. He says he knows where his mom is, but
He doesn't know where his dad is.
that's correct.
I do know where my dad is.
Is his mom home?
He just says he doesn't live around here.
Okay. Is his
Yeah,
mom
we're
in the
getting.
area?
Is your mom around here? Have you seen her lately? He doesn't know where she is right now.
Does he know his mom's name?
What's your mom's name? Ruby Frankie. Ruby Frankie is his mom's name.
Okay. How do you spell the last name?
FRANKE.
FRANKE.
Okay. And does she live in the area?
No, I'm not sure where she lives. He's trying to help us, but he's.
That's okay. We don't want to stress him out too much. The officers will go over all these questions with him anyway. I just want to stay on the phone with you until we get some help there, okay?
Yeah.
What's your name?
My name is.
Okay. Can you ask him if any other children were in the home he came from?
Okay. Was there any other kids up at Jody's house? Anybody else? No. How old? Yeah, this is the 30th of, or excuse me, the 29th of August.
It'll be the 30th of August.
10 and 14, and they're still at this house.
Are they tied up as well?
What's the deal with? Are they being held? Do they have wounds on them as well?
Nothing bad going on with us.
Okay. Okay. So they're able to walk around the house and everything. Well, okay. He says everything's fine with them. Grain of salt.
But it wasn't.
Okay.
He says what's happened to him is his fault.
That's not a problem. That's sad to hear.
That's what got me right there. What's happened to him is his fault.
Yep.
There's nothing a 12-year-old child could do. Nothing.
Nothing.
I don't care what it is that would make duct taping them, their hands and feet together, any kind of a punishment, and starving them. Nothing. This is so sick to me.
They're coming to you as quick as they can, okay?
Okay, yeah.
Really well. I just want to make sure.
He's fine. I've got him sitting here. My wife, he got him water and giving him something to eat because he's hungry, and I think the young man, he's hearing his stocking feet. So he escaped.
Well, I'm glad that he was able to make it to
They're on their way.
he could be safe. They should just be pulling up now. Let me know when they're with you, okay?
Will do. I hear a car, but they're not coming on the driveway.
Yep.
You did good. Enjoy that banana, okay?
Yeah, he
You
just
did the right
a few
thing.
seconds ago, so he might be waiting for his partner. I'm not sure.
Is Jody up there right now? Okay. Jody Hildebrand is up there right now.
Okay.
So she may come looking for him here soon, but she's not gonna, obviously. We need the cops here as soon as possible.
See, and he says it right here. He gets ready to finish it. I interrupted it, but we need the police here as soon as possible because Jody was at the house, and he gets ready to say she's a bad person. That he's worried that she's going to come down there looking for this little boy. If he's afraid of her like that, that's a problem.
Right?
Where he is now.
Yeah, she's a bad lady. We didn't realize how bad.
Wow.
Okay, let's see.
And it makes me wonder. Obviously, these kids were staying in Jody's house with Ruby. I'm guessing Ruby's not there. Jody's there. So did Jody do this, or did Ruby do this? Or either way, it doesn't matter because obviously Ruby knew about it, even if Jody did it. So there's the whole,
Exactly.
It's just either way, it's unbelievable.
Asking where he is. Well, sounds like he's making a phone call real quick to his sergeant. He is going to head
Very
up.
possible. High vibes.
Okay.
We don't
All
know.
right. Well,
I don't know.
if we have to take him inside the house, we will. I just We're just sitting outside right now because we have chairs out here and it was convenient.
That's okay. If anything, he's sitting out down your driveway and keeping an eye on the house. So if that's where you feel safe, that's where the child feels safe. So let's just stay where you're at.
Yeah,
You're
I
on
think
the
we're doing this. Yes.
Does he have anything with him?
But, no, he's wearing a long sleeve shirt and shorts, and it's way too big for him.
Can you tell me what color the shirt and shorts?
Okay, the ambulance is here.
Okay.
So
Are they with you?
no, they're just not getting out of the truck.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and I'll let you go then. You did a great job.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
Bye.
Okay. 1 second here. Thank you, Brandy. Oh, yeah, here we go. Thank you. That's the one I was looking for. I couldn't find it again for some reason. Good stuff. All right, and I did get it, Brandy. Here we go. Okay, so this, as it loads, thing is really slow today. Exclusive YouTuber mom Ruby Frankie appears in court, turns on her children, making outrageous claims about their behavior and accusing them of sexual abuse. Now, this comes after she's obviously arrested, goes to court over there, and boom. This is the reflection that she gives. As crazy and ridiculous as this is. Okay.
Right.
She was charged with 6 counts of felony child abuse after one of her sons was discovered with open wounds and duct tape on their limbs. The mother of 6 appeared in juvenile court Thursday via video call from a jail for a shelter hearing for her 4 minor children. Frankie made astonishing claims during the hearing that one of
That my internet or his internet? They don't know. It shows I have internet, so maybe it's him. Can you guys hear me? I have to pull up my YouTube. Uh-oh. Must be. He'll be back in a minute. Yep. Let me see if I can. All right. What's going on? I have to start singing my song. They go, they go, they go, come in, they go, go. They go. Oh, I got a Discord. And it's they go.
no idea what just happened.
I don't know either. StreamYards, isn't it fun?
No, yeah. Crap. especially for what
I
we
was trying to
paid
figure
him
out if it was
for
you or
working.
me. Then I was like, oh, must be him.
It was me. I am here. Here I am. All right, let's try this
Here you
again.
are.
So, can you see and hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. The mother of 6 appeared in juvenile court Thursday via video call from jail for a shelter hearing for her 4 minor children. Frankie made astonishing claims during the hearing that one of her minor children sexually abused one of their siblings. Mother of 6, Ruby, sobbed in court as she appeared for a shelter hearing for 4 minor children to determine custody. Speaking to the public courtroom Thursday, the Mormon mom at times broke down as she made shocking claims that one of her minor children sexually abused their sibling and molested several other family members and children in the neighborhood over the years. The popular YouTuber was arrested along with her business partner Jody Hildebrandt last month and charged with 6 accounts of felony child abuse after one of their sons was discovered with open wounds and duct tape on their limbs. 41 years old, blah, blah, blah. Um, like I said, I don't know what to make out of that accusation. I just don't know. I find it very hard to believe it true, being that this is how this went down. The court hearing, presided over by Judge Sukata Bazella, lasted just 30 minutes, and inside was Frankie's husband Kevin with his attorney. Oh, this is another hearing, I guess. No, same hearing.
I
Maybe
don't know if
not.
they had
Okay.
their hearings together or
Sorry.
separate.
Just trying to keep up with it. Might have been separate, but either way, Frankie's husband Kevin with his attorney Randy Kessler at another table were the state attorneys and what appeared to be Frankie's 2 oldest daughters, appearing to be accompanied by an attorney as well. Seeming to pin blame for her behavior on her children, Frankie went into horrific detail about how one of her 6 kids abused other children. She claimed that one of the Frankie kids began looking at pornography at just 3 years old. How is that even how?
They wouldn't even know
Explain
what they
that
were
to me. How does a
looking at.
3-year-old, first of all, get to see that? Right. How do they get to that, though? Tell me that one.
Yeah.
I mean, I did not give my children any kind of internet access to anything until they were at least like 10, 11 years old, possibly. And it was
Yep.
always monitored. So, again, is she trying to say that this is why she did that to the child? Because even if that's what that was all about, you take that child to a therapist. You don't duct tape them together, okay? You just don't do that. But anyway, I agree with you, Sherry. In one of the most shocking claims, Frankie said that the child had been SAing a younger sibling for years, adding that eventually the 2 of them began to abuse other children. She also claimed that 2 children played a patting game with each other, but did not go into further detail. Frankie said that in May, her child confessed to SAing 20 people, including cousins and neighbors. She provided no proof of her sickening allegations. The court went eerily silent when Ruby made the disturbing claims. The judge then said that her alleged abusive child will then need to be placed in a home with no other children. So again, this is, I think, her way. To me, it sounds like this is her way of getting back at that child
Right.
for telling on her, in a
Escaping and
sense.
yeah.
You know what I mean? It almost sounds like, you want to do this to me? Well, I'm gonna do this to you. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Hey, Rhea,
Yep.
this woman's sick. This woman is sick. Utah juvenile court open to the public officer hearing. Brazil. Okay. Shelter hearing. No probation. Okay. Frankie's husband Kevin, wearing a dark suit, sat at the table with his attorney, looking straight ahead as his wife made the sickening allegations. In a surprising courtroom move, an attorney who was sitting in the public viewing area stood up and asked the judge to hear details about the molestation of another child because a mother of one of the alleged victims was in the courtroom. The judge denied the request, citing that details of the alleged abuse can be heard at a future time. Outside of court, DailyMail.com attempted to get a comment from the mother whose child was allegedly molested by the Frank child, but they refused to speak. Kevin Frank and his attorney Randy Keister left the courthouse. I'm sorry, sorry about that. Left the courthouse, knocking everything over, about an hour later, and gave no comment when asked if he believed his wife's shocking allegations. Keister said he's been instructed by the court not to comment to the press out of the respect for the children involved. We have no comment. Judge Bazell set the next hearing for September 15th, mediation hearing, and September 18th, pretrial hearing. The judge told Ruby Frank that if she's released from jail, she will need to attend the hearings in person, and if not, they will have to make accommodations for transportation. Well, she's not released from jail, so.
Thank goodness.
I agree, Mary. I do agree. This is the worst. I've never seen anything like this.
You have a safe drive home, Jennifer.
Yes, please do.
This is what love sounds like. When you see someone hurting, you acknowledge the hurt. If your kid came to you on fire, would you say, I'm so glad you trusted me to tell me you're on fire. But if I put out the fire, that's going to really hurt and you're going to end up with scabs anyway. So I'm just going to love you where you are right now. No, you throw them on the ground and you start rolling them. You get a blanket and you start hitting the flames. And they're going to say, you're hurting me. You're beating me. You're controlling. It's like, no, dear, hold still. I'm getting the fire out. That's what a loving parent does, because nobody will do it. It looks to the world crazy. And because they've never been loved before, it looks like I'm angry. To them, it looks like I'm controlling. It looks like I'm militant. It looks like I'm a monster. It looks like I'm mean. It looks like I'm full of hate. It looks like I'm not accepting it, because they don't know what love looks like or sounds like.
I don't think she does either.
Because that was disgusting.
Yeah.
That was disgusting.
Wait till you see the one with her personal
And that
space.
is right there what her oldest daughter said when she was arrested. I don't know why StreamYards is doing this. What did you say, hon? Wait till they see what?
The video about the personal space. I don't know if I sent that one to you or not,
okay.
but that's a good
Yeah.
one too.
That's their nice, beautiful home YouTube paid for.
Right.
That she had to take a bedroom away from a child and let him sleep in the family room on the floor because he was being punished. And, you know.
Yeah.
She said all her kids are responsible for preparing their own lunches in the morning, so she would not be dropping off any food for her daughter to teach her a lesson, Frankie said. My hope is that she will be hungry and come home and be like, that was really painful being hungry all day. I'll make sure I always have a lunch with me. What 6-year-old makes their own lunch?
None.
I've never seen a 6-year-old child make their own lunch. I'm sorry. If that's supposed to be something, then I'm a bad parent because I've never made my kids make their lunch at 6 years old. Sorry. 12, 13, sure. Not 6. Sorry. So, moving on. Frankie said, my hope is, oh yeah, we did that. The natural outcome is that she is just going to have to go hungry. It was this parenting style that helped the woman to gain a massive following on YouTube and shine a spotlight on herself and her family. After her arrest, one of Ruby's adult children spoke out on social media and shared that she was excited to see justice finally being served to her mom. In an Instagram story after her mom's arrest, Sherry 20 celebrated her mother's arrest and said she had been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this. Sherry also said that she is so glad they finally decided to step up and that her siblings are safe, DailyMail.com reported. The 20-year-old shared an image of police officers outside the family's Springfield, Utah home, along with the caption, "Finally," which is right there. Yeah, that guy. I'm not going to give her any kind of publicity in that sense. True, but that is just unbelievable to me that if this was really a problem that this child did this, I really find it hard to believe if she was a good parent that she would wait to do that until she gets arrested for something like that.
Mhm.
So
Right?
I don't know. Yeah, I saw him. Dick. Jesus, with the door already. Good Lord, that was loud. Sorry, guys. Welcome back, Zelda. Yeah, that's literally what her words were. I hope no one feeds her. I hope nobody gives her lunch. I hope this to teach her a lesson. So you starve a small child because she forgot to make a lunch. No, that's not what you do. That's not normal. That's not humane. That's just disgusting. I'm sorry, but either way. So
Yeah.
moving forward. Did you say you sent that one specific thing?
I don't know if I did or not because I sent you so much. I don't remember. I'll see if.
Let me see. Come on. I was just in there. How does that pop? I hate my email. I really do. That's it too, Sherry. A good parent would make sure that that child ate regardless of whether she did or not. And I don't know. Okay, so do you remember what that one was titled as, possibly, or was it just a Ruby Frankie thing?
Dang, I don't remember. Hold on a second.
Yeah, these people are. This is crazy. 100%. Hells, I agree. Yeah, we've done that kind of thing too. When your kids are hungry, they're hungry. Pancakes at midnight. I mean, I've never gone that far, but it's you give them
Whoa.
something if they're hungry, especially small children. When they're hungry, they're hungry.
Here, I'll share my screen. It's
Or you could drop a link to it in the private chat if it's easier too. Whatever's
Alright.
easiest for you.
So
You can share the screen too if you want to. Like I said, whatever's easiest for you, hon.
put the link in that back chat.
Which one is it?
The first one. Yeah.
Okay. There we go. Right.
I think it's that one.
This is the one about the alleged abuse. Where kids allegedly abused.
It should be with the personal space, I thought.
I'm looking.
Wait a minute.
See if it's the. Was it TikTok or was it just an article?
The link was a TikTok. It should be regarding personal space or privacy,
It's
one of the two.
one. Gotcha. Well, we obviously already know that that's not an issue with her because
right,
her son didn't deserve it. So, okay, 1 second here. I think I found it. All right, up we go.
Dude, the
StreamYard really does not want to work today.
Yeah, it really doesn't.
Here we go.
Either the first one or the third one.
Okay, let's see.
Let's see if StreamYard cooperates.
I got it. I think.
No. In this home, you don't get personal space because this is my space because I'm the parent.
Okay, you can hear it?
Yep.
Yeah, this is a joke.
If you want your own personal space, you'll need to get your own space. This is mine. And as long as you're living in my home, it is my job to know everything about you. You don't get to sneak, you don't get to hide, you don't get to have secrets. Not in my house. Do you see how loving that is? Now, if you're in distortion, you're reeling right now. If you're in distortion, you're ready to pull your hair out right now. You're ready to scream. So think about how that.
So these children have no personal space because it's her house, not theirs. They didn't ask to be born, one. Okay. Two, they didn't ask for her to be their mother, but she is. I'm freezing all over the place, guys, so my apologies with this StreamYard thing. But these kids did not ask to be born. Unfortunately, they were born into the world to this creature that is their mother, who believes
Right.
that personal space belongs to her and her alone. She doesn't classify kids as human beings, in my opinion. Teenage boys and girls deserve as much personal space as they can possibly have because they're going through something in life that we only go through once in our lives. Okay, they deserve to have their own privacy to certain extents. Yes, parents do need to know, in my opinion, what's going on in every child's life, but you also need to understand and that they deserve their own personal space as well. This woman, her brain is mutated into some kind of a pile of garbage mush mixed together that was ran through a blender, I think, because what she's saying makes no sense to me whatsoever.
Yeah. None.
Wherever these parenting theories come from, it's a joke. This is beyond child abuse, in my opinion. I'm sorry. So every bit of this is trash. Every bit of it. And you're right. That's not family. That's not family at all. That is you have total control of everything in your home. She's a control freak. Period.
Oh, I'm sure she does. And I thought there was one video somewhere. I
Hold on
watched so
one
much
moment.
stuff. Okay. I watched so much stuff the other day. I can't remember what and where I saw everything. But it was Chad talking about how he needed new clothes really bad. And but he had to pay for his clothes himself.
Right. That's you're teaching responsibility. That's what she said. No. It's our responsibility as parents to buy our children their clothes till they decide to move out of our home. Okay. Once I'll be right back, Mom.
Okay. I mean, I'm not even sure if he was even of age to be able to work, at this time to even get the money to buy his own clothes. So, um, right.
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that.
It's okay. Yeah, I don't know where.
Yeah, the mutated is an understatement completely.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the warped sense of what she's got going on, and it makes me wonder. Okay, so maybe seems to me what happened was that she already had a warped sense of parenting until she hooked up with Jody, and I think Jody made it worse. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. It didn't sound like it because Chad's sister was sitting next to him and she was like, "Where you gonna work? Taco Bell? McDonald's?" He's like, "I don't know." So I don't know that they had I doubt, seriously doubt they had any kind of clothing allowance.
Well, here's the thing. If you can afford to buy a house like that for yourself in your own personal space,
Right?
then you better damn well go buy your kids some fucking clothes. Excuse my language, but that
Yeah.
makes me disgusted right there. It really does. There's no call, no my God. This- She donated all his clothes. To what?
Oh, I do remember something about that, but I don't remember why.
The stuff that he already was grown out of, or the stuff that he
Maybe he had already grown out of it, but he didn't have anything else to wear. So now he really had no clothes.
Oh yeah. I heard that she gave away all his clothes to teach him a lesson. This every bit of this is warped. Every single bit of this is warped. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And the more that I find out, the angrier I get. Interesting.
Yep.
Oh my God. I hope that they throw every book in the courtroom at this woman and her partner, friend, whatever the hell she is. I don't even know what she is. They're both psychotic. They don't deserve children. Never do. And I hope this woman is never allowed to have. I hope these children run so far from this woman that whether she gets jail time or no jail time or whatever happens, that they never go back to her. And she realizes what she did. And I hope she gets treated the way she deserves to be treated when she's in prison as well. I really do. Parentification. This is just about the most disgusting thing I've ever seen in my life. That's why I said I could not cover this. So,
I mean, it just keeps going on and on and on. We could be here all day.
yeah. There's more. There's more to it. I mean, it's all
yeah.
it's all repeating itself, guys. It's just more of the same, and there'd be more to it. Yeah, Jody's listed as a mental health professional, right? I think that we probably have more experience in mental health than they do. Good to see you,
Right.
opinionated. Yeah, she could have saved his clothes for Russell. No, that's not what she wanted to do, though.
She's a millionaire.
Got to teach him, responsibility at 12 years old, and it's stupid, completely stupid. I would love to have a conversation with this woman. Just, I don't know, 20 minutes. Let me talk to her for 20 minutes. And she says, when you're in distortion, that's what she calls people being normal that don't feel the same way she does. Okay, well, wait, hold on a minute. Go down. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you, Molly, as always. Once we told Molly about this, you knew she was going to go nuts with this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Linz, for that. Jody Hildebrandt, license on probation as of January 20th. Wait a minute, what? Jody Hildebrandt had her license put on probation by the Utah Clinical Mental Health Counselor Licensing Board for 18 months, effective January 25th of 2012. Below is a detailed information on probation situation resolution.
I knew it had been put on
Wow.
probation. I just didn't know what the reasoning was behind it.
Porn therapist Jody Hildebrandt violated state law and discipline for telling LDS Church BYU about man. Wait a minute. Didn't Kevin work for the BYU?
Yeah. There was
Hold on.
also, oh wait, I don't know if I sent that to you. Hold on. There was a letter I found this morning. Was it something about BYU? Hold on, let me zoom this in. The Mount Terrace. So, I can read this letter if you want. It's kind of long. I don't know if it has the same, don't know if it pertains to that or not. Let me find the other half. Whoops, that's not it. Darn it. I
All
can't.
right, sorry, Caden was that's giving me something. Okay, so she, a porn addiction therapist has been reprimanded by the state for discussing a patient without his permission with his LDS church leaders and Brigham Young University. All the claims made by Jody Hildebrandt were false, the man asserts, but they led to his loss of privileges in the church and his ejection from BYU. She just lied wherever she went to further an agenda to destroy my life, said the man who objected to bills that were as high as $2,000 a month. My God. We came here for marriage counseling, and she pulled us into her porn marathon. Hildebrandt, professional counselors on probation for 18 months and must meet 22 conditions or she could lose her license. Wow. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints said Wednesday that Hildebrandt is no longer on LDS Family Services referral list due to this case. She is the director of Lifestar Utah County, a franchise of a national company based in Utah that specializes in pornography and sexual addiction. Now, it seems kind of ironic to me that this woman is a porn therapist and specializes in sexual addiction and therapies, but she accused her child of these types of things.
Mm-hmm.
That's just kind of ironic to me. A supervisor will also instruct her on issues related to confidentiality, boundaries, and relationships. She also may need to undergo a psychological evaluation and complete treatment if necessary. Hildebrandt did not return a phone call or email message in the Doppel order. She agreed that her actions violated state law and the American Counseling Association Code of Ethics. Hildebrandt's lawyer, Robert Harrison, said in an email that her license is active and her practice has and will continue without interruption. We don't know that.
All right.
We don't know that. They can say what they want to say. In 2008, Hildebrandt provided therapy to a married couple identified by Doppel as, one second, folks.
It's hard when the kids get home.
I don't like teenagers, I swear. John Doe agreed to an interview but asked not to be identified because he fears repercussions from the therapist. He has subsequently been told he can return to study at BYU if he chooses, and he is currently a member of the church. So again, this guy fears for things that this can be done to him. So it makes me wonder if maybe Kevin has been threatened in some senses too, because, you know, these types of crimes can be used against men in a lot of ways and have been in the past. True or not true? Okay. And with the way that this woman seems to be, this seems to be a go-to, in my opinion.
So I have a letter. I'll email it to you. And you decide if you want to read it out loud or not. I found it on another
You broke up
channel.
for a minute. Say that what it is again.
It's a letter and you can decide if you want to read it out loud or not. I found it from another channel.
Okay. Where's it from? Put it in private. Just type it in private chat so I can see what it is.
It's the guy from that incident, I believe.
The person that this incident here,
Uh-huh.
is it from a channel that we oppose or something?
No.
Oh, then I okay. I mean, I have no problem reading it.
Okay.
Is it telling the truth or his truth?
Apparently, I mean, it's from his. Hold on a second. Dang it. Why is this not cooperating with me? Maybe because I have it open? Hold on.
What's up, Todd? Good to see you, buddy. Anybody else that's jumped in while we've been doing this, thank you guys for joining us. Was that Shelly? I saw up there too. Shelly Steer. Welcome. All you guys, welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Why can't I find it? Here, I'll just share it. Good Lord. Be so much easier.
And also in 2009, she talked about John Doe to the honor code office at BYU. So it sounds like these women, or this woman, is very vindictive. And if you don't do what she wants, then guess what? Wow, what a mess. What a mess. Okay, let me move this down. Go ahead and where did you? There you go.
I'm working on it.
Go ahead and put it in. I'll be right back. I gotta grab something real fast.
Okay. Yeah, Todd, it's a extremely, extremely disturbing case. Aw, Mary, I'm so sorry. That's not cool. Molly, she was just her and Jody were just arrested on August 30th. Things have been going on. I found a video on YouTube from 3 years ago talking about the issues. So these issues have been out there for a while, but nothing ever came of it. So it's been going on
Okay.
at least that long.
All right, so let me see. Hello, Facebook. Years ago, I was recently married and with 2 small babies attending BYU. I had just changed the statute of limitation in Idaho for child abuse, allowing victims to come forward, where I spoke with the governor at a press conference as he signed the new laws. Sorry. Then I moved to Utah. I moved to the married housing and joined a married what? I moved to
Married
the married
ward.
housing and joined a married ward at Mount Terrace, the same apartments I was born in. I was a pre-med student and an international relations student at the honors program, finishing my junior year. Then catastrophe struck. Within months, I was single, not allowed to see my children, kicked out of school, and not allowed to go to the temple anymore. So deemed unworthy and treated like a danger, at one point I was arrested and jailed for 14 days with 4 felony charges against me. Jesus. My court fees were above $200,000, almost all in the civil divorce court. I was ordered to take lie detector test and sexual test, and I had a 500-page rap sheet at the BYU Honor Code office. Good God. Yeah,
Oops.
pretty much I was treated like a perpetrator of children, of women, and and of men. But the only problem was this isn't how people are in real life, and there were no victims. There was no crime or intention for one. I had crossed paths with the wrong people. Um, like 9 months before it began, then my wife and I had just finished a settlement with Boy Scouts of America. So we had money and we were recommended to take marriage counseling that court case. While going to school and taking care of baby was stressful on our marriage, so my bishop told me to go to Jody Hildebrandt. Big mistake, I guess.
Mhm.
Um, then my then wife and I did. That was the single most destructive decision I had made in my life. I had no idea at the time that this charismatic lady was actually capable, what this charismatic lady was actually capable of. And second, I didn't understand what some high up church leaders who had been watching me closely as a whistleblower were capable of to hide the truth. Oh, to hide the truth, a whistleblower could bring out in Utah with laws that would have helped victims to come forward. I get it now. Okay. I'm not going to go into my whole story here, but Jody Hildebrandt was deeply embedded in the Mormon church with some leadership and was the main cause of the divorce with my ex wife. She went illegally around spreading false information to my bishop, to the BYU Honor Code office, and my civil divorce proceedings about me had too many and too
And
many
too many.
more. Sorry, I don't have my glasses and this is
It's
kind of
okay.
blurry. She had secret meetings with high up Mormon leaders who suppressed the child abuse and BS in the Boy Scouts of America in Southeast Idaho. This charismatic lady basically convinced many people that I was super dangerous in response to me refusing the $2,000 a month counseling and asking questions in therapy group sessions that increasingly broke the cult. She totally violated the doctor patient privacy rules and simultaneously started having a completely inappropriate relationship with my ex wife. Aha! Well, guess what, folks? There's the answer to the other question we had earlier.
Mhm.
Um, wow. It almost makes me wonder if that's where Kevin went.
Hmm.
You know what I'm
Could
saying?
be. Yeah.
This Hildebrandt seems like Satan in a bottle.
Right.
Um, oh my God, this is crazy.
And she took huge amounts of money from us. I don't know what DOPL charged her for having a dual relationship with my ex-wife, but it was too late. The damage was done. When my attorneys subpoenaed her, she had, hold on a second. Where was it at?
Yep, Rondi,
Uh,
that makes perfect sense. What's up, Pearl? Good
she
to see you.
had no records as a therapist that I was dangerous, so all the lies she made up about me as her
The
patient
patient.
the patient didn't only break privacy but were unprofessional. Today at like 5 a.m., I woke up and read the news. I wasn't shocked, and I can't tell you the flood of emotions I've had today seeing that this woman has been arrested for aggravated child abuse, along with Ruby Frank from 8 passengers. I never got vindication for the damage and abuse this woman did to my life. I just had to learn how to move on. I never thought I would get vindication in this life, but now these public servants and church servants who hurt me under this woman's lies and deception will realize they were on the wrong side. They followed a truly violent cult leader instead of me. I always told the truth, no matter how ugly or what I was up against.
Wow. So, okay, this is just my thought, folks. It sounds to me like Jody Hildebrandt is a homewrecker,
Mm.
a insatiable destroyer of lives. Because I guarantee you that maybe how can I put this? Maybe Ruby was not the greatest mother in the world, but it sounds to me like when she became friends with Jody, that things went completely down the drain.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Josie, she did it all for the nookie, just like Limp Bizkit says. And she told Kevin to get the F out, basically, without a cookie.
Yep.
So
No cookies for you.
yeah, that was this is sick. Like, I think that this Hildebrand woman needs to be deeply looked into, because I
Mhm.
guarantee you that if she's done other things in her life besides this, if this is the way she is. This letter came from, where did that come from, Bear?
It came from
It's right, Josie.
dang it. What was the name of that YouTube channel? Something and McKay. John and McKay. What was it? Crap. Hold on a
Oh,
second.
the Jordan and McKay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. What's up, Andy Kane? And yeah, now that we're singing lyrics from Limp Bizkit songs, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, this shines a whole different light on this now, in my opinion. It looks
Mhm.
like Hildebrandt is just like probably the root of all of this in a sense. I'm not saying that what Ruby was doing before this was probably the greatest thing in the world, but like I said again, it seems like she just took this and ran with it, and for her to make, and I bet she's probably regretting every bit of this relationship at this point now, because she turned on her children. She brainwashed Ruby in a sense, which in turn turned this is sick. This is really sick. He was
And what?
abused as a child, won a lawsuit against Boy Scouts, and Jody decided that he was an abuser because she thought abused children makes me wonder if she was abused.
Right?
And this happens, guys. This does happen. Abusers do become, or abused people do become abusers in some senses, not always. Okay.
Right.
But in turn, it seems like maybe she possibly has this. I don't know. Maybe she was. Who knows? She had a better time. She had better lose her practice if she's gone. That license is gone if
Oh
it
yeah.
already wasn't. I promise you that. Like, this is disgusting. This is a horrible abuse of power. Horrible.
Molly. Apparently, Ruby Frank's been moved to medical block. Per Molly.
What did Molly just say?
Ruby Frank has been moved to medical block.
Oh, of course.
She got beat up, or she's on suicide watch, unaliving watch.
Medical block. They don't put you in the unaliving play. They put you in a special vest and they keep you in a different area, but not medical. So either she got beat up, which so be it.
Mm.
And well, she was claiming she was having some kind of health problems. Remember?
Oh yeah.
That's
Molly said email.
yes, Molly. Email it is. Yeah, the more we look at this, the more I can see where this came from now. This is like coming out bright and broad. This is crazy. This woman, Payne is meant to be a teacher. Sherry Frank Google Doc receives tons of video evidence links in wake of crowdsourcing effort. Let me see. If it'll load. Stupid streamer. Come on, StreamYard.
Yeah, Coffin Daffer. I started a 3.5 or 4 hour video today that was Mormon Stories channel and the Jordan and McKay channel together. I was like, I can't watch this straight through, so I watched about an hour of it.
That's a good point. Opinionated. So yeah.
Molly said
Sherry
that they
Frank, the eldest daughter
said
of influencer Ruby Frank, who appeared on the YouTube, has now estranged from the crowdsourcing questionable video evidence against the blogger following Ruby's arrest on Wednesday for expected child abuse. Do we know how long, or did we cover that, how long Hildebrandt and Frankie have been friends or together?
Let me see if
What's up,
okay,
KK? Thank you for joining
so
us. Last I heard, Heather was doing okay.
she started the channel in 2015. I don't have a date as to when they became besties and business partners.
I guarantee you that Hildebrandt is 100% behind every decision that Frankie has made.
Mm-hmm.
Can you please explain your answer? My answer that those abused go on. Okay, so it's been stated, I've seen it in multiple different realms, that some people that have been abused, different doctors have stated that in some senses can go on to be abusers. Not all, but some have and can. I don't know what the theory behind it is. It's just I've seen it in multiple different situations, being stated in that sense. Like I said, not all, but some can. There have been, where did we see? We talked about certain serial killers that SA'd different people, where they're not therapists. Well, yeah, therapists, I guess you could say. Doctors have looked into their lives, their past, and seen that they had been abused as children in some senses, and in turn said that that could be one of the reasons why they have gone in that direction per se. I can't say that I believe or know that because I have no kind of a medical background. I'm just basing it on things that I have seen and heard over the years in different situations like that. But yeah. No. Not all, of course. No, I said that from the very beginning. Some, but not all. It just, you can go one way or another. But it also, that's true too, Todd. It always doesn't lead to criminal activity. That's a fact too. It just depends on the situation, the help that these people get. Again, this is based on theories that other doctors have put out and stated on different therapists and stuff like that. So this is where she's locked up. Look at the name: Purgatory Correctional Facility, 750 Western. Okay, gotcha.
There's a link in the back chat if
Yes.
you want to pull up the Connections Classroom website. Transform with Jody.
Hildebrandt definitely seems like a predator. 100%. She smells weakness in others a mile away and uses it to her advantage. I guarantee you, and I can almost promise you that Kevin and Ruby probably had a good relationship until this woman got involved in their life. And now we're at this point.
Shop workbooks. You are not enough. DVDs, bundles. Meet the founder. Shut up.
I don't know if that's the basis that she gathered that from, but who is she to say that with every, I don't even know how to explain that, or even to go into that with her. Who paid Jody? Probably YouTube's money from
Is
Ruby.
that or the Connections classroom business they had together?
No, I mean probably initially.
Oh. No,
Or
I
the
don't want to be
church.
yeah.
This is sad. I agree, Josie. I hope they do track the money all the way around.
No.
And you know what, guys? I want to say this too. I'm sorry. Anybody that is listening to this or is either familiar with an abusive situation or has experienced anything like that, I I want to say my apologies for bringing this subject up. I didn't. You don't always think of these things when we're telling stories up here of different certain situations because a lot of people can be triggered and traumatized with some of these things. So if it has affected anybody in that sense, please know that it's not anything that we would want anybody to have to relive or feel in a certain sort of way.
Arming
This
the
is
next generation class master. Huh? Sorry.
this is something that needs to be looked deeper into. I think that I think that this Hildebrandt needs to really be looked into, like as deep as we can on her.
Yeah. Did you hear me say that the link to her website's in the back chat if you want to see her
Hildebrandt,
connections? Yeah, her
just
connections
connections
classroom.
classrooms. Okay, this is sad. This family's been completely destroyed, probably because of this Hildebrandt's um, need for power and control over this family, because it's obvious that she's done it more than once. Create joy in your life and relationships. Right. Transform with Jody. So far, from what I've seen, she's ruined multiple people's relationships and lives. At least two.
Yeah, at the top, if you go to About Us, you can see her bio and the other people's bios if you click on Meet the Business Team. So the founder would be Jody.
Oh, of course.
Hmm.
Certified mental fitness trainer. How are you a certified mental fitness trainer?
Right. 6 wonderful children.
that you've destroyed.
Hmm.
Company leadership training. This 18-week program includes 6 executive team 1.5-hour sessions with certified connections trainer, 6 mid-manager 1.5-hour sessions with certified connections trainers, 6 company-wide 1.5-hour sessions, certified connections trainers, midweek. Oh my God, look at the price.
I know, that's what
$15,000, folks.
there's where the money's from.
$15,000.
Hey, no chains.
What's up, Chains? Good to see you, hun. This is sick. This is sick. These people, this is like a pyramid scheme almost in a sense, because instead of taking all your money, they're taking your life away and
And
ruining
then
your
you get
relationships.
workbooks are $35 each. And if you add additional 6 weeks of midweek training for $695. Like, what?
Wow. This is unreal. Grifting is not even the word for this, Adelax. This is a 100% scam.
You are correct, Shelly. We just want, you
Yeah,
know,
that's
we
why
just
we're
want to make
doing it.
sure everybody's comfortable.
Yeah, I would never put anybody in an uncomfortable position on purpose, and I didn't even realize that this was that deep.
Yeah.
But it it obviously shows,
Mm-hmm.
unbelievable.
Mm.
I mean, once
Oh,
again,
jeez. Stop. I don't want to hear your voice. Sorry. I was talking to the computer.
oh, I thought you were talking. I'm like, damn, okay.
No, when you click on Meet the Founder, there's a video that automatically starts playing and it has Jody's voice. And I'm just like, stop.
Hang on one sec.
Okay. What are you supposed to get for the 14 grand? I'm not real sure what you get for that 14 grand. Let me go back down there. Sign up by clicking here or call the number below. See, I don't know. Should I try the live class and see if it's still... Whoa. I don't... Oh boy. Become a member today. Gather weekly to learn with Jody Hildebrandt. Empowering joy is a different modality of healing that psychotherapy cannot offer you. Transform your pain into joy. Yeah. Choose the life you want to have. Exchange your confusion for clarity. So it says, does real change seem out of reach? You're a mom who doesn't feel good enough, and you're just trying to survive another day with your child. You're a husband that gave up on your marriage a long time ago. You're a teen or young adult who has been paralyzed by anxiety, depression, and addiction. You've gone to multiple therapists for yourself or your child without experiencing any real results. Yikes. Live training with Jody every Saturday. Oh. I don't think she's going to be there anymore. Get duct tape and rope. Opinionated. Exactly, Noni. At this point, probably $14K for a subpoena to testify in a trial. All right. Where? Oh boy, I got myself in somewhere.
All right, sorry about that. My sister just called. Her and my wife work together. My wife's on vacation, and unfortunately, they lost a couple patients. She was trying to tell my wife
Hi,
about
Heather.
it. So it's sorry. What's up, Mountain Man? Good to see you. That's exactly it, Pearl. 14 grand to make sure that you get rid of all your relatives and it destroys your life. I mean, that's a pretty good price for that if that's what you're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy.
So Jody's bio says she is a author, educator, and a mother. It says, my style is compassionate yet direct and clear of what is necessary to fully change and companion any addictive or self-destructive behavior, whether it be ravenous addictions, feelings of worthlessness or inadequacy, conflicts in relationships, intimacy problems, communication breakdowns, and frankly, any block that prevents having and creating peace and joy. Bullcrap. Yeah.
Watch this.
Welcome to Connections. I'm Jody Hildebrandt. So glad you're with us. If you're like me, you've had pain in your life. It could be from a divorce, work conflicts, relationship issues with children, grandchildren, spouse, anxiety, depression, or fear that you don't understand, feelings that you're not enough or that you're unlovable. Connections is the solution. You can change. You can experience feelings of being whole, centered, liberated, connected, empowered, and free. Come and see for yourself. There's something here for you.
Well, Canadian cat lady, it says she has a bachelor's of art degree in English. And she did graduate work in educational psychology, earning a master's of science, but it doesn't say from where. I mean, I've got a Cracker Jack box over
Cracker
here.
Jack. Yep. Cracker Jacks. Shop. Workbooks. My God. Look at this.
Wow, drama.
Look at that. Look at this. A parenting book for $42. Safety and recovery between $16 and $37. More fake recovery specialist. Distraction and fantasy. Codependency and caretaking. Are you kidding me? This is a joke.
Right? For a cult type leader, she's a charisma free zone. Yeah, I can see that, Canadian cat lady. That she's like a Jim Jones type of person, just the way she speaks. And you're muted if you're talking.
This is trash. Learn media podcast. I wonder if the podcasts were taken down too. The videos were taken down.
Were they? I clicked on the live thingy and it took me all kinds of places. I was like, oh.
Video
Oh.
unavailable. When you try to go watch them, they're gone. I wonder honestly, I wonder how many lives were ruined from this woman. I swear I saw, hold on a minute. I think I saw earlier when I was scanning for something, another person whose life was ruined by this.
Oh.
There's a blonde woman.
That was really loud.
I didn't hear anything. Bubblegum machine degrees.
I
Oh my
found a
God, through
video on
technical school.
empowering joy. Like 3 minutes long, though.
The distorted connection of Jody Hildebrandt, Ruby Frank. Yeah. That's an understatement.
Oh, the empowering joy thing is $21 a month. The empowering
so it's an
joy
ongoing?
plus empowering joy plus is $202 a month. That's for a one-on-one session with Jody.
That way she can really get into your head and completely destroy your life.
Seriously. Printable learning slides? What? Unique topics? Oh, wow. This is scary. David Koresh. Renew your mind, heal your soul, manage your experiences, and navigate your relationships. Oh. All right, I gotta get out of here. I'm gonna end up signing myself up for something I don't want to be signed up for on accident.
My daughter was saying her prayers. Eve, she was 6 years old at the time. Dear Heavenly Father, please help me to survive. And I started laughing.
And I started laughing.
And I started laughing.
And I want you to know that I love the Savior.
And so if you are triggered and you're upset because of something Kevin and I have done with our children that is actually working really well for us.
Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's this kid has obviously been, I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Everything that she's put out there can and will be used against her in a court of law.
She's going to remain on a no bail hold for the time being.
Now I am very aware of people online who hate me, who would like to cancel me, who would like to see me either burn in hell, as I have told, or disappear off the face of the earth. And I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, but you are.
TikTok and
Right.
the internet is reacting to the Ruby Frank case. This is the 4th video we've done in this series. If you want to check out the other videos, I'll put them in the pinned comments in the description box below. There are a ton of new updates coming out, and the latest is that there was.
I'm going to be honest with you right now, and I'm really ashamed of myself for saying this, but I don't see this woman as a woman anymore.
Mm.
I want to fight this Jody woman like a man in the middle of the road. I want to go out and fight her like a man in the middle of the road. I'm sure she could take it.
Mm-hmm.
Excuse
Bet
me.
she could.
This is crazy.
Was a hearing for
Hey,
Jody and
Kendra.
Ruby, and they basically came forth
Kendra.
to hear the charges against them.
Sherlock
That's pretty much
Kendra.
what it was. They were on camera, and there was a lot of people attending the virtual hearing. But the craziest thing that's coming out about, especially Ruby's appearance in court at a shelter hearing, is that she shames and accuses her children. One child in particular, the one child that actually came forth to a neighbor with the 911 call that we heard, it's that child she's blaming and putting egregious allegations out there.
That's proof to me that it's vengeance. This is vengeance. This is you're gonna punish me, so I'm gonna punish you now. Therefore,
Yep.
that child cannot be placed in a home with other children or his siblings. She's gonna ruin his life even more.
Yep.
So we're going to jump into it. We're going to hear what the internet and TikTok is saying about this and how everyone's reacting to that hearing. Let's jump into it.
Ruby Franke promoted herself as a parenting expert with a strict, no-nonsense approach. But now she's accused of going too far. The 41-year-old mother of 6 was arrested last week. Police say her 12-year-old son climbed out of the window of her business partner, Jody Hildebrandt's home, and ran to a near.
And what do you want to bet? What do you want to bet, guys? That
Todd,
Jody
we wouldn't
Hildebrand
do that. But if you gotta leave, that's okay.
will not support. What's going on?
Oh, Todd said, I'm going to leave before I say something that bans me from YouTube or you. Have a great night.
No, dude, you're fine. You can say
Yeah.
whatever you got to say in here. I understand. I'm not gonna. There's a lot of people in here, in myself included, that yeah, I'm not very
Yeah.
happy with this at all. At all. So I'm not gonna be surprised with what you have to say.
nearby house, asking for food and water. The neighbor called 911.
I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Authorities say the juvenile appeared to be emaciated and malnourished,
Hang on.
with open wounds and duct tape around the extremities. When police searched Hildebrandt's home, they say they also found Franke's 10-year-old daughter in a similar physical condition of malnourishment.
Take care, buddy.
Hildebrandt was also taken into custody. The two women, now charged with felony child abuse, often created controversial videos offering parenting and relationship advice for Hildebrandt's life coaching company, Connections Classroom.
One of the biggest things that came out of the hearing that we're about to show you a couple of snippets of is that the judge is saying no bail. You will stay in jail. And many of us, if you get arrested, typically, depending on the charges, you can either get out or stay in. And most people want to get out. Most people don't want to stay in jail until a trial. It is a miserable place. Now, I did hear some rumors that, Utah jails are actually kind of nice. I have no idea if they are or not, but regardless, no jail is where anyone wants to be, especially someone like them. They definitely don't want to be there. One crazy thing is that a ton of people came to this meeting. Check this out.
On a quiet day outside 5th District Court, it was anything but inside. Complete strangers showed to see the initial appearances of 8 passengers influencer Ruby Franke and mental health counselor Jody Hildebrand, both charged with 6 counts of aggravated child abuse. It seemed a lot of people had the same idea. So many logged on to the online hearing, it clogged up the system.
We've had some technical difficulties.
Nearly 40 minutes after the scheduled start time, Franke and Hildebrand made their separate appearances to face their charges for the first time. Both women are being held without bail, and a hearing was scheduled to address that matter.
She's aware of the charges. She's aware of the elements. She's aware of the potential penalties.
Today, Ruby Franke, the family vlogger who has been charged with 6 felony counts of child abuse, appeared in court, along with Jody Hildebrand, her business partner, who has been charged with the same 6 counts. This was their first court appearance since their arrest last week, and the judge ordered both of them to be held without bail.
Huh?
I said, just look at those two before I pulled it down. They both disgust me completely.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Let me see what this email is that Molly sent me again. The email.
Are you doing another show tonight?
It's
Monday.
I was thinking about it. I know.
I didn't know with Brandy off if she would allow that.
While I was thinking about it. Well, she's. Hold on a minute. Let me see. Yeah, if that's the case. I was just looking at the time too. I'm going to need to bring this to a close here. There's just so much of this, guys. Like she said earlier, we can go on for days and hours and hours and days.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is showing. After this, I'm gonna have to probably close it up for the night. We'll be going back to this for sure as this progresses. I'm sure they're gonna be finding out more things and stuff.
Yeah,
and
I'll look up
things.
court dates and that kind of stuff too, and
Mhm.
see what's going on. If Molly doesn't already have them pulled.
Connections, 8 passenger links, title including specific children and adults involved. Do not edit anything above this point. YouTube link, description, very disturbing statements of Jody about children feeling pain. Some of the things she says. Pain is meant to be a teacher. It's your ally. A kid eats a bunch of junk food and feels sick and needs to throw up, or about a kid who hasn't taken to the doctor even if he has a very high fever because pain is part of life.
Yes, Rondi, the 12-year-old is the one Ruby is talking about. Or no, well, depends on what you're talking about. Are you referring to the essaying? If that's it, then it's...
What is there to talk about in Idaho that's new, Terry?
Yeah, that was going to be my next question.
I haven't seen anything. I was looking at it this
Haven't
morning,
either.
but I must have missed something then. I don't know.
'Cause
Thank you for that, Molly.
wasn't it like the 13th was the court date or something?
I think so. Let me look at something real quick here. Oh, okay. Oh, there's a lot to that. Thank you, Molly. Interesting. Hold up. Wait a minute.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
I don't know why I do that all the time. What is going on with my system today? God, StreamYard, stop it. What it's doing on haywire.
If you were, Rondi, if you were talking about the essaying, that would be against Chad. the older son that is 18.
No,
Not
no, it was against the
Russell.
one that the little. No, it was Russell.
Am I getting it backwards?
The accusations of essaying was against Russell,
That's right, because it was at 3. Yeah, that's right. Okay.
the 12-year-old. Yeah.
Three.
Oh, no problem, Ria. It needs to be. Yeah, there
Yeah,
haven't been
no.
any new documents dropped that I've seen. I'm looking right now to double check but let me see.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. There's no new documents.
There was no hearing today either, I don't believe.
Mm-mm.
What was new that came out, Terry? Because I haven't seen or heard anything. I check every morning.
Let me pull up Vine Link and see.
Fight Clubs, Maddie's coat found. I need to talk to you anyway about this thing that's burst way open. Okay. Okay, hold on, Molly. I'm trying to. I went to the email, but it gave me the same one. Hold on.
Let's see.
Yeah, the hearing, black jacket. Okay. Oh, thank you, Canadian Cat Lady.
Let's see. Right. Record details. Oh, not that one. It was the other one. Dang it. Court events. September 13th at 2 p.m. Mountain Time. There's a motion hearing. And then the 22nd at 10:30 in the morning is another motion hearing. September 20, let's see, hold on. 29th. Nope, that was canceled.
Why? What happened here?
I don't know.
This thing is going like haywire all day. It's been doing this. I don't understand what the
it's
hell the problem is.
Been really weird.
Are you having problems with on that side too?
Not as bad as you are, because I'm not actually doing anything with it, but I can tell because I can see the.
So frustrating. I'm sorry, guys.
So Wednesday at 2 p.m. Mountain Time is a motion hearing for whatever. That's
The black
next.
jacket that was on the fire hydrant was not Maddie's jacket, folks. For anybody that's not Maddie's jacket. The one that was on the fire hydrant that was found had a hood on the back of it. Maddie's jacket did not have a hood on it. That was just somebody else's jacket that they left down there. Probably somebody that was partying, going through, or something. I don't know. But that jacket that was left on the fire hydrant did not belong to Maddie. Why does this keep coming up like this? I don't know. Okay. Either way. Oh, I'm sorry, Sherry.
Well, have a good night, Annie, and have fun. I don't know what Mexican train Domino's is, but sounds interesting.
All right. No problem, Rhea.
Yeah, wisdom. It could sounds like it could be fun.
What are we talking about?
What was it called? Annie's gonna go beat her 92-year-old neighbor at Mexican train dominoes. Said I don't know what that is, but it sounds like it could be fun.
Mexican train dominoes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's new. Never heard of that before. I know how to
Me
play
neither.
dominoes, but not that one.
That's a good point, Mom of Two. You are correct.
Hello, Miss Eve Lucky.
Hi, Eve.
Good to see all you guys. Hang on a minute. I gotta clean some of this up. Maybe that's part of the problem. I got so much stuff opened up with this today. I'm trying, Molly.
Okay.
It's not letting me get into my email. It keeps dumping me back out. It's sending me to other places, to like TikToks that I'm not even trying to look at. StreamYard keeps opening up and then closing on me. I'm just trying to clean up a little bit here, and then I'll go back into it. Hold on. Okay, let's see. Is this the one? I think this might be. Let's see what this is. And of course, the Discord is just beeping away in the background. Stop. Freeze. There we go.
She said, and more emails.
Well, I'm not going to be able to do them all today. We'll just keep them for the follow-up on this for sure. But why would Santa order attack in a box after telling your dad? Oh, yeah, we talked about that, Terry, for sure. That was always something that was confusing for me. Okay, let's see what this is about here. Just some Ruby-Doo victim blaming. Maybe not. Where the hell's the damn volume on this at? Stop.
Yes, Molly.
There we go.
Were taken advantage of. And what did you do to put yourself in this situation where you're being taken advantage of?
What? That was so dumb. These people. Yeah, I feel the same way, Molly. I understand. Okay, folks. I'm gonna need to bring this to a close. Like I said, we could go on for days with the stuff that we've been digging up. Just sitting here today, we've found more. And Molly's obviously in a 12-foot hole right now, throwing dirt left and right. As I figured she would be when she figured this out. We will be back to touch on this again. I can promise you that. As things progress, court dates, more crap comes out, because I have a feeling that we're going to find out more about Jody Hildebrand. Yeah, you can call me Terry. That's fine. That being said, guys, it's going to get deeper. I think I really do feel like there's going to be more and more. We're going to find more people that have probably had their lives ruined because of the Hildebrand thing going on, the connections, the crap actions, whatever you want to call it. It's all been trigger warnings for me, Molly, this whole thing from the beginning of it.
Yeah.
But I gotta shut her down, folks. I've been live for quite a while today. Like I said, there's a lot.
This thing's wanting some attention.
Guys, thank you guys so very much for joining us for this today. Okay. All right, there we go. That was loud. There's my number scrolling across the bottom of the screen right there, 234-703-4047. Once I shut everything down and end everything, then you can call me, no problem. So again, guys, we are going to be looking back into this here in the future as it progresses. There's so much more.
Yes, North Carolina Mountain Man. It is the YouTube woman.
It is for sure. But like I said, guys, thank you for joining us and supporting this as we look at this and put this out, because it does need to be seen and heard. And I pray to God that they haven't ruined anybody else's lives. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm thankful that the kids have gotten out of the situation at this point, and hopefully they can. It's early enough that they can be helped. Okay, Molly, hold on a minute.
I think she said she sent it to my Discord if you want me to. Oops.
Oh, I already saw this one, but I'll show it to you guys.
Yeah, I got it. He's got it. He's playing the last one.
This is the
Is
last
this
one
it?
that I received.
Are they okay? Are they okay? Are you okay? Russell,
This was my first car crash.
and you know what? I want to tell you something, and I want you to really listen. We should have been in that crash.
Yeah.
I can't even say anything. I can't. There's nothing to say. Everything she says is like this. Everything she puts out is like this. I hope nobody offers my child food to eat. We should have been in this car crash. My son slept on the floor for 7 months. What the actual, I don't get it. I don't get it. I mean, people
I
like
would.
this woman's demented.
Yeah. I wonder if her childhood wasn't a lot like what her kids is, because I mean her parents have 199,000 subs. I don't know what
Well, she
their
said,
content is, but
I just played the last one, Molly. Is she on a delay or something? She said, I'll sit
here
here and pout. I just played the last one.
here's the one she sent to the Discord. I don't know if it's.
Yeah, I agree, Terry. Things have gotten crazy, but this is to an extreme that I just don't understand it.
All right. Let me know if the audio. I think I got the audio clip.
This is the same one. I just played this.
Okay, this is the same one?
Yeah, it's the one I just played.
Okay. All right. Then that's it.
I don't know what she has to be on a delay or something. I don't know what she's saying.
She must be.
I did play it though. And it's
Yeah.
demented. I really wish I don't know. I don't wish anything bad on anybody, but at this point, these people are just sick. Absolutely sick. They really are. These kids, these poor kids, and like I said, I hope to God that Jody and they haven't ruined anybody else's lives. I really do.
Yeah.
I'm afraid that that's going to come out as this goes on, and there's going to be groups of people that come out and say, "Hey, here I am, here I am, here I am, here I am." You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And I hope
Like,
there's no more kids involved.
yeah, I'm like what somebody else said. I'm really interested in hearing Kevin's side of things.
If
Yeah.
he's not afraid to come out and speak on that,
Mm-hmm.
you know, I don't know. I don't know, Kevin. Was she
Well,
responsible for anybody unaliving them? Or I mean, Kevin. What the hell am I saying? Mountain Man. Or was she responsible for anybody doing it to themselves? You know what I mean?
yeah.
I
Who
mean,
knows?
people react to things like this. It's very sad.
Yeah. Terry, I found a video yesterday on YouTube that was dated 3 years ago of people putting stuff out and trying to bring attention to it, and you know nothing ever happened until
Somebody
August
made a
30th of this year.
right. Somebody made a comment earlier about this that this woman had over a million some odd subscribers.
Hmm.
That's what scares me.
Yeah, she had
Seriously.
what was it, 2.3 million?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That scares the
2.3
hell.
million subscribers.
I hope all of these people that had subscribed to them see who they really are.
I hope.
I pray. That's a lot of people to have these thoughts and these impressions presented in their lives,
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. Jesus.
Yep.
All right, folks. I really got to bring this down for now. I really, really do appreciate you guys listening to this. I think you are, Molly.
I think so.
And supporting this as you have, and letting me put this out there, guys. I wish there was more people in here to hear this, but whatever it takes, we can share it out, whatever it is, and we're gonna go back to it as things progress. Like I said,
Yeah, we got
um,
over 100 likes, so at least it got out in the algorithm.
yes, hopefully. It's okay, Molly. So at that point, hopefully some justice comes to this situation too. But I'm sure we're gonna see more. I hate to see it, but I'll be bringing it to you guys as it pops up for sure. All I can do is pray that these kids are okay and that they can go on with their lives and have a normal life from here on out. And anybody else that was affected by this, truthfully.
Mm-hmm.
So, um, the rest of you guys, I hope you guys have a great day. From here on out, hopefully I'll see you guys later on this evening. And don't forget, guys, to love yourselves and love each other, especially after seeing this type of stuff today. Um, we really need to do it. We really do. And don't forget, guys, don't change anything about yourselves because you are the beautiful people. And I will see you all on the other side. Mama Bear, thank you for everything. Moderators, you've
Absolutely.
all been wonderful as always. And I will see you guys very soon. Bye-bye.
Bye, guys. I will see you guys probably Wednesday. So take care.
Yay.
Have a great night, and I love y'all. Bye.